in that event, right behind Tyler Gonzalez, and Denny Stain ended up in the 3rd spot. Todd Burris was 6th in that one. Both of them are entered here. Marcos Vento is entered here. Alfredo Zidane is here. Enrique Tamayo, Mike Leo. Now we have a red flag, but right before that happened, Nico Fundrini turning a lap at a 1 minute 40.344 seconds to go to the top, and in this category by a chunk, just over 18/100ths of a second clear Schweid. Rob Bailey 3rd, Todd Burris 4th, Marcos Vento up into 5th. The red flag, they already have the car that had the problem under tow. Might be the 34 of Brandon Gardner. Nope, I think it's the 32 of Wes Duchik. Yep. Still lots of time in this session. 18.5 minutes at this point. And with that car being able to get hooked up quickly and be brought in, I would suspect we'll go back to green relatively quickly here. Starter has the flag in hand. And we're green. Session is underway. And leading them out will be the number 97 of Frank Anelante. White car with red and black. Then the 56, the orange entry of Burris. The 51, Nico Fundrini. The black car with the yellow and red stripes. The number 13, I think that's 13, of Alfredo Zenon. And the rest of the field heading back out. Keep in mind, this is for qualifying. So a lot of these folks you would think are going to pack up now, because you want to have a really good drafting partner when you come out of turn 8. You want to have somebody with you who is going to work with you, because when you've got a car that by design is a little underpowered, 2 cars running close together can run quicker than 1, 3 quicker than 2. It's kind of how that whole thing works. And so it's nice to have a partner out there, but what you have to have really a lot of confidence in that partner. Because if you give them a tow all the way around from 8 and they keep their closing, you go through the 2 speedway corners onto the front straight and they draft by you and get that really great time from that tow, as you let them go by, you have to have confidence that they will then return that favor on the next lap, because that's how it works. And if they don't, then you're going to be much slower than they are. So you want a drafting partner. You can see lots of them pairing up as they come out of turn 4. Speedway 4, the number 12 and the 56 working together as they come by. At 12 is Marco Vento. With Burris. But again, that was the outlap, so they're just really right now starting after that brief stoppage. This next lap or 2 should be really good laps here. Boy, Burris giving Vento, it looked like, a little bit of a bump. hustling him down into turn 6. 3 cars. Oop, the car that was in that 4th in the queue running a little bit wide there. All right, let's see what happens this time by. Burrows and Ventos working with each other beautifully. That gave Marco Ventos his best lap. So Burrows helping him around. And if you find yourself out there stuck by yourself, it's going to be really tough to set a top time here. Burrows now going to the outside of Vento, and he's bringing the car, was right with him, has gone with Burrows, sweep now through Speedway 4. Vento lets him go back in behind. That's the 51 of Nipondrini. And while they're doing their thing, Enrique Tamayo just uncorked a flyer, a 1:40.285. How about this, folks? Rob Bailey, they're working together. Enrique 1/1000th of a second quicker than Rob Bailey. They're 1 and 2 right now, the 110 and the 74. Fundrini, Schweid, and Burris now being pushed back to 3rd, 4th, and 5th with Vento in that 6th spot. Tell you, at the exit of 6, somebody ran wide over there, and now there's a little bit of debris on the track. It's not going to really do anything to these cars, except you just see a little plume every once in a while when they run through. Now Todd Burris is up in front of Nico Fundrini as they come out of turn 8. Watching them now heading into turn 10, which is Speedway 3. Vento has dropped back just a bit. All right, here they come. Oh, right as they come by, pretty significant little bump there by Fundrini into the back of Todd Burris, trying to help him out. And then the next car in that queue is now Marco Vento has gone back around Burris. The next car is the 110 of Enrique Tamayo. He actually went quicker still at a 1:40.163 and is now a whopping 77 1/1000ths of a second Up top is Max Schweid. Has come through, and Mike Leo putting in a nice lap as well. Jumps up in 4th in the number 69. I'll tell you what, this is a drafting clinic right now, and this is what Spec Miata is all about. This is why the guys who race this class love it. Up onto the banking we go. And Burris just giving Vento a little tap and pushing them both now around the outside of Fundrini. Up on the speedway. Nobody significantly improving their times. Isabella Abro, the number 60, earning her best lap. Frankie Anelante also just outside of the top 10 right now for those two. Ooh, Nico Fundrini a little wide, as was Vento. Fundrini was wide going into 6th, Vento running wide on the exit. Didn't hurt him much. But for Fundrini, that cost him, well, darn near dropped him off of the toe, but he picked some of that up in that chute between 7 and 8, and then got into 8 nice and deep and was able to gain some of that back without overshooting the exit. This is just a fascinating study, not just in drafting, but in bump drafting. And what you have to be very careful of when you're bump drafting is it's okay in a straight line, but if you get into the guy in front of you trying to help, but if you get into them as they're up on the banking anywhere, it can really unsettle that car. I think at this point, with about 7 minutes left in this session, they may, at the stage, have run off their tires a little bit. But you still want to work on your racecraft, working on the drafting, working on how to deal with the traffic. Tamayo's time holding for right now, the number 110. Fundrini has made that margin back up and has run down Burris. I think Tamayo now has gone around on Schweid as well. Schweid has company right on his 6, getting a big push from the 74, Rob Bailey. And Bailey, with that push and the toe that resulted from it, goes to the top at a 140.050. Rob Bailey, man, he got a huge run through Speedway 3 and 4. Gave Max a little bump as well, and it propelled them both across the line. and Bailey to the provisional pole right now. Oh, Vento running way wide at the exit of 6, throwing up a huge plume of dust. He is losing positions here. Burris now finds himself pretty much by himself. They're 2 abreast, 3 abreast, heading down into turn 8. 5 minutes left in this session. Burris all by himself. And then, oh, what a lurid slide to catch. I think that may have been Max Swide. What a catch he made. Got wide in 8, and again, it's so crucial to get out of 8 as fast as you can. You got to roll as much through 8 as you can to have that head of steam built up for this long run back around to start finish. But it's so easy, you overstep that just a little bit, and now you're in trouble. You can see Burris running by himself. He actually lifted here to let these guys go through. And Mike Leo, boy, he turned a lap and is now up into 4th as well. So right now, folks, top 7 are covered by half a second. It's that close. The surprise maybe is Frankie Barrasso, who was 2nd in that Pro Spec Miata race in December against a stellar field, kind of an all-star field almost. Right now is mired back in 8th and over a second off the pace. Three minutes to go in this qualifying session. Yeah, Burris dropped back in the queue in that all-orange car. And I think at this stage, he's just working on doing a little bit of drafting. Ventos, Fundrini, Schweid. Oh, big lockup by Vento, down into 1. There's actually 2. He carried too much speed through 1. Got it slowed down, but that was enough. I think he could get a little bit of vibration now in that left front tire. You get it, when you lock up like that, you get what's called a flat spot, where it literally scrubs the surface of the tire a little flat. And then what happens is every time you get on the brake, the tire rotates until it hits that flat spot. Then it wants to lock up again. Fundrini overshooting, abreast coming out of turn number 6 through 7. Fundrini missed his turn in and got way wide. And the 2 cars behind him dove inside. It's getting feisty out there, folks. This is qualifying, but you know, when you're running side by side through corners, neither of you are on the fastest line. And I think for the most part, although Fundrini improved his time to a 140.283 now, and he's back up into 4th from 5th to 4th. But I think at this stage, they're really less concerned about a fast time. And I think right now they're just working out draft and some racecraft here. 2 pairs of 2 down the front straight. Well, we should be seeing the checker flag come out very soon, I would suspect. As we're seeing the FARA GT and FARA prototypes. Here, change my layout here. Nope, it's Rob Bailey on top by 1/10 of a second clear of the 110 of Enrique Tamayo. Max Schweid in number 198 is third. Nico Fundrini fourth in the number 51. Mike Leo fifth in the 69. Burris sixth in the 56. Seventh is the 12 of Marcos Vento. Eighth, the number 48 of Frankie Barrasso. Ninth, the 58 of Bernardo Abend. 10th, the number 32 of Wes Duchik, who did that time early and then had a mechanical problem. 11th, the number 60 of Isabella Abro. 12th, the number 97 of Frank Anelante. And 13th, the 00 of Erica Wagner. All right, very quick turnaround here as these Pro Spec Miata machines making their way to pit lane. The FARA GT and FARA prototypes making their way out on track for their 30-minute qualifying session. And we are just that quick underway here. And for those of you who are maybe new to FARA or there's been a change in the nomenclature, really hasn't changed the technical specs of any of the classes. If you were familiar with FARA previously, you'll be familiar with the FARA prototypes, FP1, 2, 3. And it's all basically horsepower to weight, is how those are determined. But what used to be called MP, or modified production, and there's a there used to be a modified production 1A and a modified production 1B and an MP 2A, 2B. They're now GT, which, as I said earlier, is a lot more friendly designator, and it's a little bit more globally recognized. And MP or GT 1A cars now are basically cars with 4-stroke engines larger than 3.8 liters, whether they're naturally aspirated or turbo or supercharged, and naturally aspirated 4-rotor rotaries. .6 liters, naturally aspirated only, no full tube frame cars allowed, except V8 stock cars, which would be GT2, and TA2 Trans Am spec cars, and then the Jetta G50 V8. Then you've got GT2A and 2B, and it's basically 2A is cars with engines from 3.4 to 3.6 liters, or rotary engines with 3-rotor. The GT2B are cars with naturally aspirated engines from 2.9 liters up to 3.4, and turbo cars with engines up to 2 liters, all right? Then GT3A and 3B, GT3A cars with 4 and 6 cylinders only, GT3B cars with engines from 1.95 liters up to 2.9, then GT4A, 4B are cars with 1.6 liters up to 2 liters, essentially. And then you've got Honda Wars, as it's called, which is budget-minded racing, and it is really fun stuff. And here's one of the interesting things. When you take a look at it, car and engine must be from the same manufacturer. The engine can be mounted in any position, so you could take a car that is normally a front engine car, put the engine in the back, you're good to go. Just has to match the manufacturer, and obviously you've got to have all of the safety equipment on board. So in all of these classes, there's some pretty intriguing machinery out there, no question about it. And Honda Wars is the bang for the buck class, and again, they are the small coupes, if you will, Honda Prelude, Civics, that sort of thing. And older models are just fine. Whatever you have, get out there and race it. And oftentimes, come the end of the race, they're the ones that have, without doubt, the best battles going on. And that's what makes it really fun. Certainly fun as well. And this interesting mix of cars allows us to have you can hear it, a thundering V8 out there in a Corvette, a V10 in the back of a Lamborghini, a Praga prototype, the Wolf Thunder prototypes. There's a Radical out there as well. Heading down pit lane right now is a beautiful little Jetta of Adolfo Rossi. So each of these classes is going for their own pole position and when we get to racing, class win. Fastest out there right now is the number 155 of Marco Conchetti, and that is a Revolution A1 prototype car. He's gone around at a 1 minute 24.649, significantly quicker than anybody else right now. Second quick is David Tuati, who is the reigning champ in the GT1A category, driving the orange TLM Porsche GT3 spec car. Third quick right now is the 166 of Giuseppe Castellano in a Wolf Thunder entry as well. Second in that GT2, or the F2 category, I should say, is Manny Sanchez. And Manny, a long-time competitor in racing in general here, and is the owner of Wolf Cars, and he now goes to the top of FP2. GT1A right now is topped by the number 19 of Jose Cotro in that thundering Corvette at a 1 minute 26.693 over Alain Katz in the number 82. It's a 2023 Mercedes. And the 177 of Alex Lima driving the Lamborghini for Anza Motorsports. Quickest in GT1B right now is the 87 of Mark Julian. The Zativa Porsche. Second in that category is the number 132 of a young lady named Sophia Basler, who had an amazing year last year, winning 2 championships, both in the GT2A category. She won in the sprint and the enduro division, and this year has stepped up to GT1B in a Porsche 991.1. Third in that class right now, the number 53 of Gary Young. In GT2A, it is the number 60, the Ginetta of Adolfo Rossi out front. Then it's the number 33 of Ronnie Parent in the Extreme Velocity Porsche Cayman, sitting second. Rossi, as I said, in that Ginetta. Third, the 172 of James Hamann in an Aston Martin, and he was the champ in GT1B last year, James was. And at Sebring, he got his first taste and gave GT1A a try. In GT2B right now, it's the 129 of Manuel Gomez in the Palm Beach Tactical Porsche 911 GT3R. The number 47 of Justin Levine, sitting second. And the 46 of Neil Dimitri. Sitting in the third spot. And the GT3A, it's the number 11 of Zoltan Wallace, the ATAC Racing BMW. On top of that class, over the 77 of last year's GT3A co-champion Rick well, right now is it Rick? Yeah, Rick Temerian behind the wheel of their BMW. But Cincetti right now continues to be easily the fastest car in the field, up by 2 seconds over everybody else. in that Revolution A1. Got a really fun duel going on right now between the 166 of Giuseppe Stiano and the 14 of Manny Sanchez, swapping fast times in the F2 category. That's FARA Prototype 2. Hey, we have an absolutely diverse field here, machinery. Those Wolf prototypes, they are just cool looking cars to start with in general. But with Radicals and the Revolution A1 and the other, there's a KTM crossbow out there, which looks somewhat like it should be running in prototype, but it isn't. It's a GT car, technically. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's a really good point. There's a GT4 version and a GT2 version. And that GT2 version is stupid fast. Jose Chocron is still quickest in the GT1 category, the number 19 at a 126.6. 9 just improved that time, actually, in that Corvette, doing a nice job. Second up is Tuati at a 127.4. Third in GT1A is Alex Lima, the 177, in that beautiful Lamborghini from Anza Motorsports. Coming by us right now. Second fastest in FP1 is the 25 of Martin Bruhat in his Praga. It's really nice, too, to see the 100 of Milan Lewis, who had a great year last year. Milan winning the GT3B championship and the Enduro series as well. 13 minutes to go in this session. Tell you what, that combination of that Revolution A1R and Marco Cincetti behind the wheel, that's a pretty potent pairing right now. Sorry, it's a lot of alliteration there. Up by 2 seconds over the entire field right now. Jose Chocoron. Next up in the GT1A car, but the next fastest prototype car is Manny Sanchez at a 29.0 to Sanchetti's 24.6. Mark Julian continues to run at the top of GT1B, the 87 Porsche. It is still, as I said, Chocoron on top in the number 119, or the number 19 Porsche in GT1A over Tuati. GT2A is Adolfo Rossi in the Ginetta. GT2B is Miguel Angel Marcano, the number 129 Porsche 911 GT3R. In GT3A, it's Patricio Franulik, who was last year's GT3A Enduro champion in his BMW. Now just a very, well, he's got about a second in hand over Rick DeMarion right now, in the number 77 in class. GT3B is Tommaso Bolfon. On top there, GT4B is Luis Milares. And that Mazda Miata. As the checker comes out. Manny Sanchez getting the better of that great duel for top spot in FP2 over Giuseppe Castellano. This is a big field, and what I love about this format is we get 4 races with this category. Now, that 4th race, the first 30 minutes of the 2-hour enduro will be race 4. And when that comes, they give a special signal, and those that are entered only for the sprint race get their checkered flag and ease off track, and those that are running for the full enduro get to stay out and play. But lots of racing, and that's one of the things that sets FARA apart is they really put an emphasis on racing. As I said, practice is great, qualifying's wonderful, but nothing's better than racing. And that's what we're all about here in FARA. So with that, we have another session coming out of our high performance driver education that will run for 30 minutes. And that starts in about 5 minutes. And then we will have our first Winter Series race of 3 that will be coming up as well.
Hey, Ryan, can you hear me? I killed the PA.
All right, everybody, as we are wrapping up here at Homestead-Miami Speedway in this opening weekend of the 2024 FARA Championship Series, looking forward to our first race of this first weekend here. And for the series that's going to be racing, it's not their first race of their series, it's the winter series from the Academy is coming up. And Xander Clements alongside, I'm Greg Creamer, and we're looking forward to this one so much. I was here last year for this weekend when the Winter Series cars came out, put on an absolutely spectacular show. You've got a sizable entry here and a really competitive field. Tell us a little bit about the Winter Series, first of all, for everybody watching.
Yeah, so the Winter Series is basically a winter warm-up started by Gustavo Jacobin 5 years ago, been running kind of and growing every year, and it's a very hands-on developmental program, just as much a school or camp for a week, as much as it is a mini championship to prep these drivers for the official USF Pro Championships. That's the Road to Indy Minor League farm system. So this is the first rung on that official system. Like you were mentioning during qualifying in the lead up, these kids may have done some levels of car experience. For example, Sebastian Weldon, son of the late great Dan Weldon from the IndyCar series, he spent the last year in the Skip Barber Racing School in his first foray out of go-karts. That's an arrive and drive program using the F4 cars that we'll see in the Formula FARA series as well, but full house where you just show up with your helmet and they randomize the grid. That's a great learning program, and again, similar to this winter series, it's a school. So he's taken that experience and now he's gearing up to run in the official championship with the USF Juniors, and then it goes from there up another 3 rungs to IndyCar. You have the USF 2000 Championship, the USF Pro 2000 Championship, and then the Indy Next presented by Firestone. That's right, of course, beneath the IndyCar. So in the same way of the NASCAR comparison, you have Xfinity trucks and the ARCA Menard series. It kind of goes down the same way for the IndyCar. But this is the first series on that rung that puts them in the paddock of the NTT IndyCar Series in front of all those race teams. And so to get a little bit of extra seat time, and especially to get into qualifying and race trim scenarios, is the big benefit of the Academy Winter Series. It's one thing to go and test and put a lot of laps in, but to also have everyone in their cars, in their team outfits, get a real, dry run of a race weekend is this program. So it's a just 6-day program. All happens in this week. We were at Sebring International Raceway for the previous 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Teams rolled out Thursday after running 3 races and a couple practices and a qualifying. Moved in here Friday morning and then went straight to it with practicing again yesterday. And then obviously this morning qualifying for 2 races today, 1 more race tomorrow to crown the kind of mini champion. But more than anything for these drivers here, this is a matter of getting comfortable and confident before the season starts for them at NOLA Motorsports Park in about a month.
Nothing like seat time in a competitive situation to really sharpen the skills. Like you said, you can practice and test all you want, but it's a whole different ball game. And the other thing is the way that that's packed like it is in that week, that's pressure cooker stuff to be able, you've got to perform every time and you got to do it in a big hurry. Well, that's part of what you have to learn if you're going to run at the top levels of any type of racing series. So it builds that element too, doesn't it?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you have to quickly mentally reset from a good session to a bad session because it's a couple hours turnover and then it's back to ground zero again from, race to race to quality of the race, right? Obviously, Jack Jeffers, we've talked about him. He qualified on the pole this morning, so he's probably coming in riding a bit of a high to race one. The other drivers that would have liked to start where he is now have to, already in the last just 2 hours, get back to a good, happy mental state and then go back out there. And on the flip side of that coin as well, with this amount of track time, this is, as much, if not more than what they would get in a regular race weekend, crammed into 2 days and only be spread out over 3 to 4 with a lot bigger gaps working around the other support series at an IndyCar weekend. So from that aspect, it's a really good kind of bang for your buck style program, right? Especially from a travel perspective for both the drivers and the race teams. Fly to Florida, fly into as close as you can get to Sebring, go there for a couple days, drive down to Homestead, and you're in and out in a week with 6 races, a bunch of practices, a bunch of seat time. So it's a good, again, just kind of training camp basically before the real season starts. And that's where it's really important because there are some cool prizes here for the Academy Winter Series race winners and champions. But ultimately what they're gunning for is when you move up in the road to Indy, you have to win the championship pretty much to survive because that is a huge amount of prize funding that basically funds you to go to the next rung. You finish second or third, there's some, but not nearly enough to complete the budget to move up to the next ladder.
So huge inspiration and motivation to do well. This gives you a good leg up on it. At Sebring, what did you see in terms of trends? Who looked really good? Who's leading in the championship thus far coming in here?
Well, honestly, the qualifying sheet looked pretty similar to our main contenders from Sebring. Jack Jeffers and Sebastian Weldon were there, and they were the class of the field. The cool part of the Academy Winter Series in terms of staying as a developmental program, they actually do an invert of the top 8 finishers from race 1 for race number 2. And that kind of mixed things up enough for Sebring. The young drivers in Jeffers and Weldon, who Jeffers is one of the only ones coming in with experience from last year of the guys that ran that weekend. They still took a minute to get through the grid, and it allowed the guy who started 8th, Leo Scorpioni, to get the race win. But for the most part, pace-wise, and in race 1 and race 3, it was Weldon and Jeffers that were top of the heap. But when we look at the points championship, Weldon has a leg up because in that invert race, Jeffers had an off and then a mechanical failure. So he comes into this one, obviously pole in qualifying, won the final race of the day at race number 3 and podiumed in race 1, but he's down a leg in the point standings. Then it's all 6 races counting, no drops, everything matters towards the championship. So for him at least, again, kind of a good rebound to go pole here in this one and carry the momentum from the end of the afternoon and Thursday.
You talked about qualifying. Cars are making their way out to start their pace lap. Let's go through that starting grid. It looked to me in qualifying, Jeffers, who was driving the number 92, every time somebody get close and take a run at him, he'd seem to find an extra half a tenth here and there and stayed on top.
Yeah, and what was so impressive about that is these USF Juniors cars, very similar to the Formula FARA cars. In fact, last year when you saw it, we had a split grid of the 2 of them. Now we've got enough drivers in both divisions. They're completely split off for their own sessions, but they're very draft dependent, especially here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Not a lot of top speed. It's a good training car. It's slow for Formula car standards. So when I talked to Jack in our post-qualifying interview, it was very impressive that he did that lap no tow the entire session. Didn't go into traffic. A couple other drivers tried to get a tow. He said, I felt good enough after final practice on Friday afternoon that we could do it on our own. The goal was just to make sure we got away and didn't give anyone else a tow. So that helped Jack. And then obviously as we go through the rest of the grid while they begin to make their way to that infield hairpin, they'll be joined on the front row by the Gainbridge and Dreddy development driver in Sebastian Weldon. Then row 2, one of the one-off drivers for this weekend, Max Taylor, was not with us in Sebring, so he has no care about the points championship. Just here to gather more data on this weekend alone and try to get a confidence boost with some wins. He was decently close to him in qualifying. Of course, he'll start 3rd on that Velocity Racing development machine. Teammates to Sebastian Weldon. Evan Cooley is Jack Jeffers' teammate with the exclusive Autosport bunch. They're easy to pick out. The red and black cars, 92, 91, and 90. He starts in 4th. Leo Scorpioni, we mentioned our race 2 winner from the invert race. He's with a brand new team, Zanella Racing, has a lengthy history in the sport of karting, and Naka Zanella, his dream was always eventually to be able to launch a Formula Car team. This year is the debut, and of course they got a win on debut on only their 2nd official race at Sebring, which was impressive. So he rolls off on the inside of row 3 alongside the exclusive Autosport 3rd car of Yao Vigera. Then you go back to row number 4, Aiden Potter on the Jay Howard driver development number 6. He's another one of the drivers just here this weekend, and he rolls off 7th alongside his teammate in G3 Argyros. Then you have Diego Guillot on the inside of row number 5 alongside Timmy Carroll. Row number 6 will have Rodrigo Gonzalez and Anthony Martello. Row 7, Jackson Tovo, one of the youngest drivers on the grid. Him and his brother Ethan, only 13 years old.
Oh, holy cow.
And the Tovo brothers under the newly formed Tonys Motorsport team the first of them, and the number 31 will start 13th alongside Hudson Potter.
Tony's Kazmit's involved in that, or am I extrapolating too much here?
That one I need to double check on. We go back to row number 8. You have Michael Succo in the VRD number 10 alongside Jace Bacon. Then Giovanni Cabrera, Enzo Tovo, Emma Scarborough, Patricio Gonzalez, and Ava Dobson rolling tail end of the field in 21st. But like you said, fantastic turnout. We go back last year, we had 10 cars in USF Juniors, 10 in the USF4 car. That car, again, used in Formula FARA, has a good turnout here this weekend, but to go from 10 to 21 is a big jump. It's 17 with us at Sebring for the midweek racing, and for pretty much the entire field, they're all in just out of middle school and into high school. So it was impressive that we got 17, but that's another part of why we're seeing more here on the weekend, not having to miss any class during the week for them. So.
And these are 30-minute races.
30-minute races. There is enough time to extend if we need it. It's supposed to be 16 laps or 30 minutes, whatever comes first.
Okay.
That 30-minute clock, though, it will. We do have some time in the block to go the full 30 if we end up under red or under yellow. But All of our races in Sebring, at least the first two, were good enough to go the full distance of 16 laps. The last one we had to go to the time. So it's 16 laps, if not 16. If the timer hits on the 30, that'll cut it. But field set as they head down into the final sector of the racetrack. They're headed to that back chicane that leads them onto the front stretch here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Again, Jack Jeffers on the point. Alongside him, that black, yellow, and white car, that's Sebastian Weldon in the Gainbridge VRD entry. But it's the red Corpay exclusive Autosport number 92 with Jack Jeffers. The Texan will lead us out of the final turn onto the front straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, 21 USF Juniors for the Academy Winter Series are under power, and we are under green as they head down to turn number 1-2 complex as they'll jump off the banking and into the infield. And not a great start for Sebastian Weldon. He initially is trapped to the outside. They're going to go 3 wide. Really tight down in turns 1 and 2.
That was Evan Cooley, I think, going from 4th to 3rd and somehow made it through.
Well, impressive run and very aggressive for Cooley. He was probably the most confident on the brakes and racecraft-wise in Sebring, so no surprise to see Evan Cooley off the rip, ready to try and make some aggressive maneuvers. But a great catch there indeed, Greg. He's 3rd, although under heavy fire as they go down to the hairpin. Lots of cars to the inside to defend. The 2 leaders have a gap, and it's pretty much 2 by 2 from there.
Really close racing, and that's a hallmark of this. And you talked about it. These cars by design don't have a lot of power. It teaches you momentum. You've got to be able to flow speed to be competitive, and that translates even if you're driving a 900 horsepower Indy car. If you can roll a little bit more speed through a corner, that's going to pay big dividends up against your competition. So there's so much that drivers can learn about this. But then the close quarters racing, and look at this battle for 3rd, that final spot on the podium. It is fierce, as we saw already.
And as we mentioned with the draft as well, that battle for 3rd, while fun to watch for us, they've got to be careful to not let those 2 leaders get away.
Big mistake there by Jeffers.
Oh yeah, big time bobble there out of the race later on cool tires, but he was able to keep Weldon behind him. But that was a good bit of grace for the battle for 3rd, because they're going to fight for the lead now. Here comes Sebastian Weldon, high and low as he tries to set him up into turns 1 and 2. And Jeffers covering the inside is just going to slow them down and back them up to the rest of the field here if they can't sort their differences quickly.
Working their way through the serpentine, 3, now 4. And you got to be careful on the exit of 3 not to run too wide out there and mess up your entry into 4. So you can get out of 5, and speak of get out of 5, Weldon got a great run. Look to go to the inside. Jeffers shut that door in a hurry.
Yeah, Weldon bobbing and weaving high and low to try and find a hole, and just couldn't quite get it. While we are side by side for 3rd as well, that is, of course, Cooley versus Taylor and G3 Argyros in the Positive Energy JHDD car, all in the mix. Headed through the chute over to turns 8 and 9 and back onto the main NASCAR back straightaway. Jack Jeffers has survived the onslaught for now, but Weldon is still close. He'll get a big toe off the rear wing down the backstretch.
And I think Cooley may have lost a number of spots. I think he was the one who ran wide at the exit of 6, and I think that cost him dearly. Now Weldon trying to go to the outside as they get into turn 10, and the flick now down through 11. Not able to get it done there.
And he knows at this point, by the move right there, for example, into that fast kink down the banking, that he's not going to be able to make a move. What he's trying to do is pressure Jeffers into a mistake and remind him that he's there. Force him to go offline. Maybe get the tires a little bit dirty by going to the inside part of the racetrack and off the main groove. So he'll probably force him to go low again in turns 1 and 2. And indeed he does. Jack Jeffers still feeling the heat as they go over to turn 3, and Weldon just keeping him honest right now. And if he pressures him enough, he can not only maybe force a mistake, but if he gets Jeffers to kind of show his hand by defending lap after lap, he can start to practice when to brake and try to counter that move.
That one little mistake, by the way, for Cooley dropped him from 3rd to 6th. And I was going to ask you, this track kind of notorious for being tough on tires. And every time Weldon goes high and Jeffers has to defend going in, tightens the radius up, puts more energy into those tires. That could be a problem late in the race, or are these tires pretty good for 30 minutes, even here?
They'll be able to run the full distance, but it's definitely not going to help. Either way, both of them pushing each other. If anyone got a nice and healthy gap, they could start to kind of cruise. But yeah, putting more effort onto the front tires doesn't help at all. Although what a crossover from Weldon. He's finally got a nose down low. Now they're going to drag race. He's got a little bit more of an edge, but I don't think he's there enough. Let's see, are they both going to try and hang it through the kink? Neither one wanting to back out. They're going to go side by side to that flat out section. That is sketchy in just about any race car, but it's just barely full throttle for USF Juniors, and it was enough that they could both make it through.
Well, I think Weldon showed some really good smarts there because he realized that if he forced that, it was going to end ugly. But what's happened, the two of them side by side all the time, Xander, look who's right with him now. Taylor and Argueros and even Vergara is right in that mix now.
Yeah, Max Taylor on the VRD gray and black car. Like I said, he was not here in Sebring, but he was here last year. Although he's under pressure, look at Argueros to the inside in turn number 3. Now back into the bullet 4. It'll go back the way of Taylor, and he'll clear himself on the exit. So no change, but yeah, Max Taylor was very fast last year, contended for race wins and podiums, and he's right back where he was a year afterwards now as they head out of that infield hairpin. And for the first time, it feels like all race, Jack Jeffers finally has some breathing room of about maybe 4 to 5 car lengths.
And that little bit of side-by-side between Taylor and Argueros has let those two ease away just a little bit. And now I think Vergara making a big move on Argueros. Did he get it done? He did. Into turn 8, he's through. But sometimes you charge into 8, you're slow out, but it looks like he managed that beautifully, Xander.
Yeah, kept it just deep enough to make sure that he could get fully alongside and clear, not overdone where he'd get crossed over or break the momentum on exit. So perfectly done pass by Yao Vergara. And now, as he heads through the chicane, even with all that, by having still a close enough distance to Max Taylor, he barely lost any time. The slipstreams pulled him back close, and he's only a car length back from 3rd by making that pass for 4th the way that he did. So perfectly done for Yao Vergara as they head down to put another lap complete, and that marks us now here 4 down, 12 to go, headed through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do to make that pass into 8 and keep your exit speed good out of 8, and he really played that perfectly right now. And it'll be interesting to see now whether he can put some pressure on Max Taylor and drive the two of them back up onto the rear wing of Weldon, who looks like he may have lost another car length or 2 possibly to Jack Jeffers. As Weldon now maybe in a little bit of tire conservation mode, going, we were pushing too hard, I wanted to have a little something left at the end.
Maybe, although right now, if anything, I'd be pushing harder than I was before for Sebastian Weldon, because he's kind of right on that danger zone of losing the draft. And based on the confidence we heard from Jack Jeffers in the morning interview after qualifying and how good he's looked here so far this week, if he can break the toe, he might be hard to track back down. So Weldon got a good run, at least a decent run onto the backstretch. That's right there about the limit of how far back he can be and still get some help.
I'll tell you what, battle for 8th and 9th right now is fierce, folks. Timmy Carroll in the number 8 and the number 6 of Aiden Potter, they have been swapping that position multiple times per lap. Those two blue cars, you look, you never know which one's going to be up front. They are really, oh, and a big spin at contact, and that would have been just behind that battle we're talking about. Looks like that may have been Rodrigo Gonzalez, Anthony Martella, perhaps.
Yeah, probably Gonzalez. That's that blue and white D-Force Racing Junior team car. He was able to obviously continue, but indeed, Gonzalez in the 20, a little bit wide. He'll drop to 12. Sebastian Weldon had a big bobble as well at the same time coming onto the high banks. He still was able to catch it, but he slammed up the high banks onto the circuit early, and that low-sitting USF Juniors cars, and eventually he'll start to potentially see any damage if he does that too often. So save from Sebastian Weldon, but he's definitely pushing, and I wouldn't say saving right now. He is trying everything he can to hold on to the coattails of Jack Jeffers.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't matter. And he actually had closed up to within just a couple of car lengths at a couple of spots here. So he is definitely getting after it. Then that great battle for 3rd. Ooh, big move deep to the outside from Max Taylor. Did he pull it off? He may have.
Yeah, what a move there from Taylor, and they have been trading it multiple times. Vergara to Argueros to Taylor. They've for sure lost touch with the leaders, but they have definitely been putting on a show for us here in the tower for 3rd. I mean, all 3 of them have held pretty much every single spot from 3rd to 4th to 5th here. We're only halfway in, and it looks like we might be going under yellow here.
Yellow flag indeed coming out here. And obviously for these two guys up front, Jeffers and Weldon, with that big margin they had built up, that's the last thing they want to see. to let these other guys get a whiff of an opportunity here, Xander.
Yeah, now all that hard work to kind of break away from the pack has been erased. The good news is for race leader Jack Jeffers, there is no specific restart zone. He can get onto the power as soon as he wants, and if he's smart, what he'll do is as soon as he gets out of that last turn, while Weldon and the rest of the field are still snaking their way through, he'll punch it and get a nice jump. So it'll be good for the leader on the restart. The one that will really be under pressure, I think, will be Sebastian Weldon in second to get a good enough launch to stay on Jeffers' rear wing and not have to worry about the likes of Yao Vergara or Max Taylor pressuring him for that second spot.
And Sebastian on the original race start, he did not get the greatest launch there, so he's really got to be up on the wheel, doesn't he?
And he's just a bit more green. Again, Jack Jeffers is entering his second USF Junior season. He ended up third in the championship with multiple race wins, came up really close in the title fight. So he's expecting this year, obviously, to be a championship favorite. The speed he's shown in the Winter Series definitely solidifies that as well. Whereas Sebastian Weldon, he's got the Formula Car experience from those F4 race cars used in Formula FARA in the Arrive and Drive Skip Barber School, but it's definitely a little bit different for the USF Juniors, and you go also from just an open Arrive and Drive program to a specific race team. Everything's a bit more custom tailored to go faster. So for Sebastian, that might be a bit of the initial growing pains for him of trying to fire off.
Well, and that is all part of this, as you said, a combination race series training camp instruction scenario. And, if you're going to make your career in racing, starts and restarts, it's a big part of it. You might as well start working on that skill set right now.
Yeah, and again, that's just one of the huge benefits that the drivers here at the Academy Winter Series have is 6 total races in just 6 days, plenty of restarts, and we're about to get one right now as the Academy Winter Series safety car pulls into pit lane, and we'll come to the line to see 9 laps to go as we get closer to halfway. Jack Jeffers slowed the field down tremendously. Watch him right here, already center of the apex and on the power as they head onto the front stretch, but he did not get as big of a jump as I'm sure he would have liked. Weldon is right there, and he's going to force him probably to the low side into turns 1 and 2. That'll be close enough to apply some pressure, so let's see what Jeffers does. Leaves the door cracked, but Weldon just not close enough to get through.
But for Weldon, getting back to what you were talking about, he had just enough of a good start that he was able to make sure that Yao Vergara was not going to be chomping at him going into turn 2. So in that way, job well done for Sebastian at this point.
Definitely. He's got a little space out front, little space out back, can take the normal line here. And even though these cars are a bit slower, there is definitely just that tick of aero wash from the downforce they have. So they all are learning to drive in the wake as well. And that, when you talk about tire conservation or degradation here at Homestead, it's magnified for the following cars compared to the leading car. Because of that dirty air effect off the rear wing. It's not much, it's marginal here with the lower speeds of these race cars, but it's just enough to definitely make a bit of a difference as Weldon loses a little bit there onto the backstretch, and he's going to come under some pressure now from Vergara, I believe, who got a really good launch there out of turns 8 and 9.
Yeah, and Evan Cooley, remember, was started third, was running, or fourth, was running up as high as third. Before he had that moment, he just laid a beautiful pass on Argaros and picked up that 5th spot again. So this is an opportunity for him to get back into this fight.
Yeah, definitely a good move there, and heads up on the restart from Evan Cooley as Argaros drops a tire there at the exit of the first left into this left or right-left chicane onto the front stretch. We'll put another lap down though, and we are right at halfway. 8 in, 8 laps to go for the Academy Winter Series, and the safety car is back on the racetrack, and we are back under yellow again. So I don't know what was off about the circuit or if anyone spun. I didn't see any cars get pulled in last time, but obviously safety car again. So we go back under yellow, and it potentially could be for the slowing JHDD car. Oh, there's the problem.
Yep.
At least one. That is the number 12 of Diego Guillot, the Zanella Racing Camp, down pit lane with a severely damaged front wing. And the wrecker is headed out as well for somewhere on the racetrack further back with some contact off that restart.
And it could just be something like a big piece of wing, something like that has come off a car from that contact. So it's not necessarily a car that's stranded out there, but you got a big piece of debris on the track, especially with the Formula car. You don't want to be messing around with that. So we'll keep an eye on what might be unfolding here.
Yeah, the only other driver that didn't cross the timing loop was Rodrigo Gonzalez on the D-Force Racing number 20. We saw him have that off earlier And I don't know if he had gone off to the wayside as well, but the wrecker being out there makes me think that we've lost one of our 21 USF juniors. So we might be down one car here in this one, and looks like they're pulling over to the outside of turn 4. They might have been run to the outside off that restart further back in the pack as they line up to clear the racetrack.
All right, so under this caution once again, and I've got to think that the guy who might be grinning behind that visor once again is Cooley, because he showed great pace before he had that moment early going, has already moved up a spot here up into 5th, and he showed that he had the speed to contend for the podium. Now he's got opportunity again.
Yeah, that kind of bounces him back, right? A rough start, a good restart, and now gets another shot for another restart after making up one position. So climbed up a spot, gets the reset button, gets the field group back together, gets to try and now lock his targets onto Max Taylor.
We have another car going really, he was slow coming out of 15, Xander, and he's now limping down into turn 8. Not exactly sure what the problem is. I wonder if he maybe was in contact with the other car.
Yeah, that looks to be Jace Bacon, one of the Jay Howard driver development cars. He, like you said, was slowing down the front stretch, and he was the first one I thought the yellow might be out for. He is almost to a halt over at turn 9, and I believe he has just stopped. So we might have a double retrieval here. First for the car of Rodrigo Gonzalez, and now over in turn 9, the stalled car of Jace Bacon. He just missed the pit lane coming onto the front stretch to get out of the way. But he's pulled to the outside tire wall over at turn 9, which if he got in a good spot with that gap in the wall, it might be a pretty quick retrieval.
And we're working lap number 10 now, and we've still got, in terms of time, some 14 minutes to go. So there is some time to get back to racing, but this double clearing, and the question is, as you said, if one of those cars was able to pull over and just get pushed into a cut in the track, then they might be able to get back to green a little bit quicker. Let's hope for that.
Yeah, there wasn't one obviously coming out of turn 4. That big fast bowl corner that they're in right now, that one they have to close all the walls off and plenty of tires in front of them. So we can see Rodrigo Gonzalez is getting towed around. But yeah, turn number 9, if they can back him behind the wall and leave him there till the end of the race, might save us a lap or 2 under yellow. But it's a long way around Homestead-Miami Speedway for Rodrigo Gonzalez in the worst way, getting towed around by a safety truck.
You know, while we're under this caution, let's talk a little bit about this track. And we mentioned that it's hard on tires, but it's such a technical place that does have some fast sweeping stuff where that arrow is going to come into play. But like that 3, 4, 5 complex, you've got to be really patient exiting 3 to set yourself up through 4 to get out of 5 fast, because it's such a crucial run down into 6. All of these things are so linked here.
Yeah, I mean, I like to call them rhythm sections, basically. It's very similar to, Supercross when they're having to map out the jumps to get to the right landing point to the corner. And so in the same way, turn 2, 3, 4, that's setting up for the run to 5. Of course, turn 9, that's just a straight shot one corner. But then the same thing here in the chicane coming onto the front stretch. The lefts and the rights come at you quick enough that you've got to sacrifice the exit and a bit of a late apex entry to prepare for the next one, and the next one that leads you onto another massive straight. So that's a great point. It makes that turn 4 bowl corner, it's so inviting with the banking to send it in there and let the car lean on it. But if you get onto power even as much as 50 to 100 feet later than the guy behind you, you're probably going to get passed down to turn 5.
Yeah, exactly. It leaves you a sitting duck if you're being chased. It nulls any opportunity you have to make a pass if you're in pursuit. And like you said, it's a classic case in that corner and in the one you were talking about. The old adage, fast in, slow out sometimes. And that's where discipline, patience comes into the game. Another thing that the Academy does in the Winter Series so good in terms of training these young drivers.
Yeah, I mean, there is so much to take away from this 1 week of training for all these drivers that they're going to come
feeding
out
from the fire hose.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about throwing them in the deep end here in a race scenario, into high pressure scenarios you mentioned earlier for the likes of Jack Jeffers and Sebastian Weldon, to be able to manage thinking about winning a race versus thinking about winning a championship. And that's kind of doubled up because, again, this is still, as competitive as it is, meant to be a test weekend. It's not meant to be accounted for in your crash damage budget for the year. So they're doing everything they can to push the limits but not go too far. Unfortunately, too far for Gonzalez. But it looks like the Academy Winter Series safety car has pulled in. So they've gotten Jace Bacon to a safe spot. And we're going to get ready for another restart. So Jack Jeffers will lead us out of the final turns onto the front stretch. Let's see what he does this time. Another decent restart, but not spectacular. Sebastian Weldon is still close as they come across the line to see what could be either 6 laps to go or the time limit, maybe 11 minutes to go down to turns 1 and 2.
And I got my eyes on Cooley right now, and he's a little bit too far back. Well, I'll tell you, Weldon made up a lot of ground, as you said, going down into turn number 2. Not quite close enough to get through, but he still got Vergara and Taylor, and Cooley got a pretty decent start, but wasn't able to jump on top of it and make a move.
And you can see Sebastian Weldon just going a little bit more narrow than Jack Jeffers. They're trying to, make up for the fact that he's not going to have as much front turn running right behind another car, and of course cold tires in general. So Jeffers, he's able to open that gap up. Clear racetrack, clean air for Jack Jeffers. Brings us back to about that half-second to 8/10 margin that he was before the yellow flags hit. And it looks like we've got all of our field together clean and green here on this restart. So far, so good as they head onto the backstretch. And Weldon, not a great exit. He's going to come under pressure here soon.
He is, and Argueros just attacked on Cooley once again. Got down to the inside, and looks like he has enough of a head of steam that he'll get those front wheels clear enough going into 10 and 11. And does a smart move there by Cooley just to let him go. Otherwise, that would have ended in tears. And you're right, Weldon now under attack from Vergara.
Yeah, great call there on G3 getting through, but he went a little bit deep there into the left. And right off that pass is now going to have to protect down at turn number 2. So this time by now, 5 laps to go. Jack Jeffers has led the way, and the battles have been behind him. Let's see what happens for G3. Back in pit, Cooley, big move, under braking, inside nose. He's not there, but he might be able to get clear if he sends it in deep enough to turn number 3. Let's see what he can do. Argueros way out to the outside. He'll give up the spot, and now he's got to worry about a Scorpione getting into the mix as well as he gets back clear and into 6th. And reset 5th, back the way of Evan Cooley.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Scorpione has got himself an opportunity here down into 6th. Makes the move down to the inside. Got the position, and he's going to lead it coming out. Beautiful move, taking advantage of that. And that's that momentum we were talking about. He lost that momentum. Argueros did over in turns 2 and 3. Paid the price in 6.
And now Scorpione's got to be the one that's careful because they are all grouped up behind him 2 by 2, headed into turn number 9. He'll get clear of Argueros and stay clean, but Argueros is right there on the rear wing, and he crosses him over. He's got a big run. He's got teammates behind him as well, it looks like, with Aiden Potter and Timmy Carroll. They're going to try and freight train a Scorpione. I don't think there'll be enough room for either one. And look at Carroll around the outside on his teammate Potter, I believe, just might have gotten through behind a Scorpione. And indeed, all of them stay ahead of Anthony Martella. He's in that white and red exclusive Autosport car. But onto the front stretch. A good lead for Jeffers and Weldon. In fact, a big-time lead back to the 3rd placeman in Yao Vergara. Weldon sets fast, time that time by. And the battling continuing between Argueros and a Scorpione who fades to the inside but can't get anything in turn 2.
This is just fascinating racing, and we're seeing an absolutely superbly judged drive by the guy, as you've talked about, Xander, the most experienced guy in this field. It's showing for Jack Jeffers, isn't it?
Yeah, this is exactly how this year was supposed to go in Jack Jeffers' mind. He felt like he really had a good shot and could have been champion, had a couple of calls gone his way, a couple of weekends gone his way, because it was close in the USF Juniors Championship. Went down to the final race for the final few spots. So Jack Jeffers, this is a bit of out for vengeance type second year. He won his way into the USF Juniors program by going to the Lucas Oil School of Racing. They were here at Homestead-Miami Speedway just a couple of days ago. And so Jack, being the champion in that in 2022, earned him a scholarship to move into USF Juniors last year. Unfortunately, came up short of the championship, but was able to source the funding he needed to set up for another season with exclusive Autosport. And he's looking good, but my goodness, the midfield just will not stop fighting. Everyone from about 7th on back have been throwing punches.
Yeah, I just saw Scorpione coming out of turn 9, dropped the tire, and got freight trained, and the guy right behind him, I couldn't pick that car out. They both lost a couple of spots. Best battle on the track in terms of the podium is for 3rd right now, and it's Vergara and Taylor as the lead duo now, as you pointed out, have opened up a bit of a margin here, but Taylor close enough that if he can stay there and mount some sort of attack, this 3rd spot in the podium is not settled.
Yeah, I mean, the good and the bad news here in the trade-off of Vergara being so far back is he's not getting any benefit of a draft off of Sebastian Weldon, but he's also got clean air on that front nose, so it's a little bit harder for Max Taylor to work through the corners, a little better down the straights, and we've only got 3 laps to go, really 2.5 now, so if he's going to get there, he needs to mount that charge right now. Yael Vergara, on the other hand, back at Sebring, couple of incidents, unfortunately, really just kind of got set backwards. He qualified 5th for the first race, had an incident in turn 1 with G3 Argyros that put him to the back of the grid, and then was kind of fighting from the back all day long to get closer and closer, but he has yet to set foot on the Academy Winter Series Red Bull podium. Today could be the day here this morning if he can just hang on for 2 more laps, but Max Taylor's not making it easy by any means.
Well, I tell you, Anthony Martella is pushing for all he's worth. It made up 1 spot and then just try to move around the outside into 9 as he's battling with Aiden Potter, I think it is, for 7th right now. They're having a really good scrap here right now, and those 2 teammates, I think, is that Potter and Argyros having a great scrap for 6th.
Yeah, they're having a good battle here as we come to the line to see 2 laps to go for Weldon and Jeffers. The rest of the field still fighting, like you said. There's the 2 JHDD cars of Argyros and Potter, and it's Martella versus a Scorpione versus Timmy Carroll. Carroll got around a Scorpione and at the end of turn number 9 last lap, so he's now up 2 spots in the last lap, getting around both him and Martella. But for Timmy Carroll, it's a big gap up to his teammates now. He'll probably be focused on just maintaining that position to the end because he's got not just a Scorpione, not just Martella, but about 5 more cars all lined up ready for a mistake.
Yeah, and Martella made that big aggressive move around the outside in 8, and it hurt him in terms of that exit speed, and ended up, instead of making that pass stick, lost a couple of spots. And that's that change in momentum that we've talked about. And having a look here, it looks like that battle for 3rd's gone a little bit more quiet as Vergara's found just a little bit of pace and has opened up a few more car lengths on Max Taylor.
Yeah, they've started to spread apart, and the same kind of for the leaders. They've rubber banded lap to lap, trading the fast time overall of the session. Last time went the way of Jack Jeffers. The lap prior went the way of Sebastian Weldon, but he's just been stretching it out inch by inch, and at this point here, we're just about a 1.5 seconds from Jeffers back to Weldon, who slides it a little bit coming onto the front stretch. White flag in the air, though, 1 to go for Jack Jeffers. This should be a cruise to the finish, and at this point, if you're Jack, and even if you're Sebastian, you can start to conserve rubber a lot more than those guys outside the top 5 that have been scrapping it from lap 1 onwards. Because, like you said, I don't think we'll see anything from 1st to 2nd, and at this point, it looks like 3rd pretty safely in the hands of Yael Vergara.
Well, that's one of the things that I think it's important to point out. You've talked about it. Clean air on the nose. You're far enough back you don't get the toe, but when you don't have clean air on the nose, those front tires scrub a little bit and you'll run them off a little bit quicker. And so when you're battling in traffic for an entire race, that creates its own issues, doesn't it? Yeah, it just comes down to really, deciding when to picking your battles, basically, when to push and when to hold back. And for Sebastian Weldon in the Gamebridge VRD racing machine, he's got to also remember that he still can give up some points, doesn't need to win this race to continue that championship lead. He's going to open the gap back to Evan Cooley, who rides in the 5th spot in this one. Jack Jeffers is going to do everything he can to pull himself up by his bootstraps, but he's still got that DNF in race number 2 where he scored no points, and Weldon still got onto the box. As we enter the final sector for the final time, Jack Jeffers is going to continue to remain at the top of the pylon. And Sebring, pole, and Homestead, and he'll win flag to flag at race number 4 of the Winter Series over Weldon in 2nd. First time Winter Series podium for Yael Vergara to make an exclusive Autosport 1st and 3rd, VRD 2nd and 4th, back to Max Taylor. And then Evan Cooley completing the top 5. Aiden Potter in 6th, Argyros dropping to 7th, Timmy Carroll up in the 8th, Leo Escorpini in 9th, and 10th, Anthony Martella. And I know you're going to head down to the podium. I got to tell you one thing, though. This is a very special moment for me because when Dan Weldon came over from Europe and raced in the original F2000 series on his way up, I was that series announcer with Calvin Fish. and we announced Dan Weldon through all of his stuff through Atlantics and up into IndyCar, and to see his son out here running this well, that's pretty special stuff for me.
It's pretty cool, and he's got a bright future ahead of him. The Andretti back driver, second in this one, but Jack Jeffers, your winner. Great talking with you, Greg.
Likewise, Andrew. All right, he's going to head down, and he's going to have a podium coming up here for this winter series. And our timing at this stage is going to lead us into our first break. That is our lunch break for the day here. And it's scheduled to go about 55 minutes here. Let's see, what time are we looking at? Yep. We are going to, during that, we're going to be starting to grid up the cars for our first race for the FARA GT and prototypes. And as that unfolds, we will, near the end of that lunch break, start our grid walk. That will be at 12:25 is when the actual grid walk will begin. So be ready for that, folks. If you want to get down and amongst these cars, you can have that opportunity to do exactly that. Do want to remind everybody that we've got, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or so food trucks down on the infield, and they always bring some awfully tasty stuff. And I think there's food trucks. I think there's also ice cream or gelato as well. We also have a number of vendors down on the infield. And if you've got kids and you're looking for them to have something fun to do during this lunch break, there's a face painter down there. And it's in the sort of causeway, the breezeway, if you will, between the media center and the garages down there. And you can see where there are the awnings that come across, and there's the outdoor tables. And there are vendors down in that area, and again, including a face painter. So take the kids over there and have them get their face painted. And it's always a cool thing to be able to let your kids do. And then get ready for that grid walk to come out and explore. But of course, do not forget to head over to those food trucks. They are so awesome to come here and provide some of this great, tasty chow for us. So make sure you check that out. Want to say a big thank you to the sponsors of FARA as well. And of course, the official tire is Hankook. And for most people, they are on Fixie Wheels, one of our official sponsors. Garage Living, another of our great sponsors here for this series. Hankook, of course, as we've talked about. And then you also have the folks from Headquarter Mazda, local Mazda organization that is a great supporter of this championship, and so happy to have them on board. Mazda Motorsports itself is a supporter of this series now, of course, with the Pro Spec Miata series, which we'll be seeing a second session for them. Mission Foods, one of the great friends of motorsports in general. Pilsen Galeo, as well. Sergio's Printing, all wonderful supporters of this championship. So thank you, one and all. And again, take the advantage of this opportunity during lunch. And as soon as they are ready to go, we will also have a podium for you for the first of 3 races on this weekend, 2 today, 1 tomorrow, for the Academy Winter Series. While we're waiting for that to happen, let's talk about what's going to be happening this afternoon. Again, starting at about 12:50 will be the first of 4 30-minute races for our FARA GT and prototypes. After that race, we will have a practice for Formula FARA. Then we will have our final qualifying for Pro Spec Miata coming up about 2 o'clock. Then another of our high-performance driving experience sessions. Then Winter Series Race 2 at 3:05. Then we'll have our second race for our FARA GT and prototypes. Then our qualifying race for the Pro Spec Miata. That should be spectacular. Then Formula FARA qualifying will be our last on-track competitive running. But from 5:40 to 6:05, we will have our final on-track activity, which will be the high-performance driving experience advanced category out for that. That's what we have in store for the remainder of the afternoon here following this lunch break. Remember, at about 12:25. So in 25 minutes, the grid will open for a grid walk as we get our race field lined up in starting order out on the pit straight for you to be able to get down there. We do ask everybody that you're welcome to come out. We want you to enjoy, but as soon as you start to hear the calls to clear the grid, we request that you do that as safely but as fast as you can. And remember, there is a fence line between the garages and the pit wall. And in that big opening where Victory Circle is, there's a yellow line connecting the fence lines. When we get ready to go racing, you've just got to be behind the fence or behind that yellow line. You can't be in that sort of neutral area where the pit boxes are set up. Once we start clearing the grid, you need to get back behind those areas as fast as you can. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for that, it's now time for us to head down for our Winter Series podium for race 1. You are welcome to come out and walk on the grid. Bring your camera. Hope all of you are enjoying our grid walk. And for those of you not at the grid walk, I hope you're absolutely overrunning all of the wonderful food trucks that are here and getting some great chow. We surely appreciate them all coming out. Looks like they're doing a pretty good business. We also have all the vendors that are over there, the face painters for the kids. So make sure you avail yourself of all that. Just want to remind everybody, we've got about 3 minutes left in the grid walk. So if you could start making your way back to one of the exit areas so you could start clearing it. And once again, we need to have you, if you look behind the pit wall, in between the garages and the pit wall, there is a fence line. And in that big open area where Victory Circle and the media center is, there's a yellow line running from fence to fence. You just have to be behind that before we can get the racing going and before the pace and parade laps can even start. It's a safety issue. It's also an insurance issue. So just a couple of minutes left in our grid walk. Hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're ready to clear the track and get ready for some absolutely fabulous multi-class GT racing coming at you in very short order. Wow, absolutely incredible job, everybody, clearing the grid for the grid walk. We appreciate that immensely. Absolute great job, and looking forward to this one getting underway. We are going to have our start command relatively shortly. About 12:53, we will begin our formation lap. 12:55, anticipated green flag for race 1 for the FARA GT and Prototype Sprint Series. Race 1 of 4 will be coming up in short order. Beautiful lineup of cars, echelon style up against the pit wall. Our prototype machines at the front of the queue. Amazing mix of machinery out there. All right, everybody, as we are closing in on the start of this first sprint race for the FARA GT and Prototype machines, let's take you through our starting lineup. Starting in the 36th spot is the number 6 of Wilbur Perez, running in the Honda Wars category. Starting in the 35th spot, the 718 of Ernesto Roca Rafael Garcia, your pole sitter in the Honda Wars category, at turning a lap at a 1 minute 55.525 seconds. Starting in the 34th spot, the number 88 of Luigi Faro in GT4A. Starting in the 33rd spot, the number 338 of Mike Grenobles in the GT3B category. Starting in the 32nd spot, the number 1 of Isabella Abro. She is the pole sitter in the GT4A category, turning a lap at a 1 minute 51.614 second lap. Starting in the 31st spot, the number 69 of Mike Leo in the MP4B category. Starting in the 30th spot, the number 5 will be Tommaso Balfon. He is the pole sitter in GT3B, putting in the lap at a minute 47.806. Starting in the 29th spot, the number 8 of Luis Milares in the number, again, in the number 8 pole sitter in GT4B at a 1 minute 47.276. Starting in the 28th spot, the number 46 is Neil Dimitri in GT2B. Starting in the 27th spot, the number 11 is Zoltan Wallace for GT3A, also in the GT3A category. And second in that class is the number 26, in the 26 starting spot, the number 71 of Patrizio Franulik. And on pole in the GT3A category, starting in the 25th spot is the number 77 of GT3A reigning champ with Marco Pisa and Carlos Garcia, Rick Temerian in his BMW M3. Starting in the 24th spot, the number 78, Carlos Garcia in GT2B. Starting in the 23rd spot, the number 132 of double champion last year in the GT2A, both in the sprint and in the enduro category, moving up to GT1B this year, the 132 of Sophia Basler. Starting in the 22nd spot, the number 47 of Justin Levine in GT2B. Starting in the 21st spot, the 172 of James Hammond in GT2A. Starting in the 20th spot, the number 66 of David Lira in GT2B. Starting in the 19th spot, on pole in GT2B, is the number 84 of Manuel Gomez. Starting in the 18th spot for 53 of Gary Young for GT1B. Starting in the 17th spot, a GT2A competitor, the 33 of Ronnie Parent. Starting in the 16th spot in GT2A, the number 60 of Adolfo Rossi. Starting in the 15th spot, the 111 of Michael Nakapper, running in a GT1B entry. Also in GT1B, starting in the 14th spot, the number 73 of Hachem Yosef. Starting in the 13th spot in GT1A, the number 129, Miguel Angel Marcano. And starting on the pole in the GT1B category, the number 87 starts 12th overall, Marc Julien in his Porsche. Starting in the 11th spot is the number 82, running in GT1A, Ilan Katz. Starting in the 10th spot, moving up after an amazing season last year for this driver in the GT3B category, moving into FARA Prototype 2, the number 100 of Milan Lewis starts in the 10th spot. Starting in the 9th spot, on pole in GT2A, the number 47 of Felipe Rezic. Starting in the 8th spot, running in FP2, the number 29 of Ray de las Casas. Starting in the 7th spot, in FP1, the number 25 of Martin Bruhat. Starting in the 6th spot, the number 166 running in FP2, Giuseppe Castellano, and he and Manny Sanchez had an amazing battle in the qualifying in that FP2 category. Giuseppe ending up second to Manny, but splitting them. Starting in the 5th spot, the number 177 running in GT1A is Alex Lima. Starting 4th outside row 2 is your pole sitter in FP2 after that great battle, the number 14 of Manny Sanchez. Starting in the 3rd spot, second in GT1A, last year's GT1A champion David Tuwati in the number 68 Porsche. And your front row on the outside, your pole sitter in GT1A in the number 19, John Chokran. And on your overall pole, and by a bunch, an amazing lap put in by Marco Cincetti in the FP1, number 155. That is the Ultra Quick Revolution A1R. Marco Cincetti putting in a lap of a 1 minute 24.649 on pole in FP1 and overall. As our field now starts to move, and leading him out for the GT cars, that stunning bright orange Corvette of John Chokran, making his way around, chased by the sort of brilliant orange and blue Porsche of David Tuwati. Now, even though we gave that grid in overall times, of course, all the FARA prototype cars will be bunched together and start up at the front of the field together. Great looking field heading out. Absolutely beautiful BMW M3, the 47 of Justin Levine. Just a very rich burgundy. Just some great looking graphics on a number of these cars. And Wilbur Perez and the red Honda, the CC Auto showing Honda Wars entry. Ernesto Roca once again on pole in that category over Perez. Oh, and we may have just lost an engine. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it was just a huge brake lockup by one of the cars. Middle of the chute between 5 and 6. Huge plume of smoke out of the back of the blue Ginetta. I think that may have been Matthew Paulino. Nope, check that. He's in a BMW. I'm not sure what car that was. And I think he may have been accelerating and braking, trying to get heat into the brakes and tires, and just locked up as the field sort of checked up in front of him, possibly. And now it's getting ready for the start. Keep in mind, for these starts, the pace car leads the field around up on Speedway 3 and 4, which gives everybody time to bunch up and get ready to go. Our 3 rows of prototypes looking good. And now Chokran and Tuati line up our GT machines. Pace car down into the pits. And we are ready to go. Green flag, we are racing in FARA for 2024. And a nice jump off the go by Marco Cinetti, but also the 25 having a solid launch as well of Martin Bruhat. And the GT field under green as well, and all that oomph and torque of John Chokran's Corvette leapt out of that last turn onto the front straight, but under braking, David Tuati gets a nose underneath in turn 3. But Chokran able to cover that right now. Up front, overall, Cincetti, I should say, already starting to open up his margin just a little bit. And Tuati diving down underneath Chokran, going into turn 6, takes the lead away overall in GT and in GT1A. And Chokran now is probably going to be under attack by the 177 of Lima in the Lamborghini. It's a Super Trofeo category Lamborghini. And gets him, dives down underneath, picks that spot up. Looking to see who may have been in that mix. Filip Rezik possibly in the number 47. Nope. Trying to see because somebody another car got around. Well, I'll tell you what though, Chokran able to gather him back up, and as they launch down the front straight here, look at that Corvette now start to close down. Horsepower versus weight right here. Tuati just quick enough to lead through turn 1, down into 2. Tuati, and Porsche really good on the brakes and is able to ease out in front. Meanwhile, Cincetti has opened up a nice little margin right now. Things settling just a little bit at this stage. I'll tell you, Tuati has got to drive the wheels off that Porsche to build a little bit of a margin on the infield, to have just enough in hand to be able to hang on over that big grunt motor of Chokran. Then the Lamborghini right behind them. Alex Lima sort of lying in wait at this stage. And then it is Philippe Rezik, the number 47. That's the GT2 category, KTM. Oh boy, Tuati. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Up on the pipe they come. Chuckrin, no, not quite close enough. That beautiful Mercedes of Ilan Katz getting it done too. That is the number 82 having a stout run here. And we have a pace car, full course caution. And somebody has pulled off one of our prototypes right down at pit end. So fuel neutralized right now. Well, I'll tell you, Sanchetti was able to parlay that speed he showed qualifying into a nice little margin up front. So as of the time of the caution, it was Sanchetti leading in F1 over Martin Bruhat, the number 25. I believe that is one of those beautiful sagas. In FP2, it's Manny Sanchez leading over Giuseppe Colano. And then Rai de las Casas and then Milan Lewis stepping up into the prototypes. In GT1A, it was Tuati, the 68 over the 19 of Chakran and the Vet. The Lamborghini of Lima, the Mercedes of Katz. How about that for a mix in a class? 4 different cars, Porsche, Corvette, Lamborghini, Mercedes. That's a pretty nice mix of machinery right there. In GT1B, it's the Porsche of Marc Julien leading over the 111 of Michael Copper. Then the 73 of Hakem Youssef. And we're back to green. Nice quick cleanup here. Oh, and again, Chakran using the horsepower of that Corvette, gets around to Tuati. Now, Tuati deep on the brakes down into turn 6. Does he have position? He does. Chakran overheats it just a little bit going in, but man, he squared it up. Got a great run out. Is he going to be able to get by Tuati heading up into turn 8? Lima watching. Look at the pace of that Corvette in a straight line. Get on the brakes though, and Tuati eases ahead. Lima a little wide in the Lamborghini. Great battle at GT1A right now. Onto the front straight. Well, I'll tell you what, Sanchetti not able to this time easily break away from the number 72. I think that might be a late entry. I think that might be Aaron Weiss out of the Concords Club. Aaron not getting a qualifying time. Don't think he made it this morning. But he is a very quick driver, and that Praga is fast. And he is keeping Sanchetti quite honest right now. And a great scrap going on behind them. Martin Bruhat running third, the white Praga, as Giuseppe Castellano, who has snuck around, Manny Sanchez picked up the lead in FP2. And Chakran has been able to ease back in front now of Tuati, opening up a little bit of a margin. Weiss all over the back of Cincetti as we come out of turn 14 and now through 15. A little bit of traffic up front. Should both be able to clear that car. Whistling down into turn 1 once again. Car spun. Is that Lima? Having a problem over at turn 8, I think it was. Oh yeah, smoke coming out the back of Lima's car. That might be a cut tire. Tuati now has gone back in front of Chakran and has opened up a bit of a lead now. Philippe Rezik now will pick up third with Lima's issue. And Mark Julian leading in GT1B now up into 9th. Michael Hoper second in GT1B, the 111, with Hakim Yosef sitting third in that category. Leading GT2A is the 33 of Ronnie Parent. Check that, is second is Philippe Rezik in that really quick Porsche doing the job. So Parent is second in class. Honda Wars, it's Wilbur Perez has gone in front of pole sitter Ernesto Rafael Garcia. Rezik, Parent, and James Hammond running 1, 2, 3. In GT2A, Julian Copper and Yosef, as I said, in GT1B. GT2B, it's Manuel Gomez in the number 84 BMW. Out in front of the 66 of David Lira in a BMW. And Justin Levine sits third. GT3A is Patricio Frenulik leading from Rick Timarian. And then Zoltan Wallace. Then GT4B, Luis Milares leading from Mike Leo. And GT3B, Tommaso Polfun leads Mike Grenobles. Tell you, David Lira's car out there is one of the coolest graphic packages I've seen in a long time. Ooh, another big wide run through turn 8, dropping tires, dust up in the air, but everybody looks to have continued here. Tuati now getting a little bit of a break, trapping Chakran behind a lap car, and that gives David a little bit more breathing room. And then the 47 of Rezik in that KTM. Whoop, another car big off down at turn 8 and has run wide and parked down on sort of in a big escape road down there. That car is well out of the way, even if it can't continue. And Sanchetti comes through all by himself. So some sort of a problem for Aaron Weiss as we have a full course caution once again. Full course caution. Yep. All right. Gets interesting once cars have started lapping other cars here. And we now, oh, there it is. That's Aaron Weiss' car down at the exit of turn 4, driver's right up against the fence. The barrier's down there. Looks like he pulled it off. Smoke out of the back. What a shame. He was really putting the pressure on Marco Sanchetti. So right now in GT4A, Isabella Abreu is leading in her number 1 over Luigi Faro, the 88. FP2 at the time of the caution, Giuseppe Castellano with the number 166, leading Manny Sanchez. And Rai de las Casas and Milan Lewis. GT1A, David Tuati leading over Jose Chacron, the Porsche, over the Vet. And then third in that class, another Porsche in the hands of Miguel Angel Marcano. Then Ilan Katz in the 82 Mercedes. Aiden Ramos in the number 241 Porsche. And the Lamborghini after the problem for Alex Lima. Honda Wars. The 89 of Luis Nahuate leads in the Honda Wars right now over Wilbur Perez and the pole sitter Ernesto Roca Rafael Garcia. GT2A, it is the KTM of Philippe Rezic over the 33 of Ronnie Barrent, the Porsche Cayman, the 60 Ginetta of Adolfo Rossi, and the 172 Aston Martin of James Hamann. GT1B, it's Mark Julian, but Achim Yosef has moved his number 73 up and around Michael Copper and Gary Young and Sophia Basler. And then in GT2B, it's Manuel Gomez, the number 84 BMW N2, leading over the 47 of Justin Levine in the BMW. Philippe Rezic running 47X, I should have clarified that. Third in GT2B, the 78 of Garcia, Carlos Garcia in the ATAC Racing BMW. Jonathan Guerin, fourth, 46, Neil Dimitri in a Ginetta. And then David Lira in GT3A, Patrizio Franulik in the number 71, over the 77 of Rick Tamarian, the 11 of Zoltan Wallace, and the 59 of Matthew Paulino. And then GT4B, Luis Milares, and the number 8, Mazda Miata, leading the number 69 of Mike Leo. FP1, of course, Sanchetti over Martin Bruhat. In GT3B, now it's Grenobles has gone around on the number 5 of Tommaso Bolfo. I think this could be a little bit of an extended cleanup. The bigger concern here right now is if that car is leaking fluid. And if they don't have what they call a diaper on hand, which is just a big sheet that they attach to the, lift the car up on the grass, put a big sheet underneath it that attaches to the wheels to catch fluids, and they kind of have to get a flatbed over there. At this point, we have just over 10 minutes to go. Now they've got that car, so they were able to get it under tow, just tow it off. That's great. Obviously, they needed to let the huge field clear through. So I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see, does the, no, or does it? Well, I think the lights are off. No. All right, one more lap of caution here. This is going to be interesting here because the overall leader's mired in the pack right now. And I think they've picked up Giuseppe Castellano, who's second overall, leading in FP2. Yep. Here is our overall leader, the 155, Sanchetti, just coming by start finish in that absolutely wild looking Revolution A1R. And you can look at that car and you can see lots of downforce. All of those body panels and the like sculpted to help that car stick to the track. Just doing a quick look here to see where Sanchetti is in this field with the amount of time we have left and the speed in that car. You know, he's got the possibility here of lapping this whole field. That would be extraordinary. Helped, of course, by the caution, no question of that, where he was well clear after Aaron Weiss dropped out to be able to really go with that big lead he had, then get up about through 2/3 of the field and then have a caution. So it should be Giuseppe Castellano leading the field down to the green. And he's got Zoltan Wallace in the number 11, splitting him and Manny Sanchez. And then there's a few more GT cars back to Bruhat, who's now the second in FP1. Pace car is in. We're going to have about 7 minutes of racing to go here. Green flag flies. Wow, did Gomez time that to perfection? I mean, Sanchez, he just blew by Castellano. Not sure what Castellano was thinking here. All right, Sanchetti a little bit farther back in the pack than I thought. He's just going to get trapped in the middle of some traffic right now. But Manny Sanchez timed that restart to perfection. And Castellano caught napping a little bit, so he's going to have to really dig deep and give it some serious welly here. The other guy who's gone missing is David Tuati, who had a big lead built up in that GT1A category. And now it's all Jose Chocron in that Corvette. Second in GT1A is now the 129 Porsche, Miguel Angel Marcano. I don't know where Tuati is. That Corvette does thunder when it comes by, doesn't it? Here comes the number 6. One of our front runners in the Honda Wars category. Still the 89 and Luis Canovate out front of Perez in the 6, and then Ernesto Garcia in the 718. 4 minutes to go. Sanchez over Castellano. Here comes Bruhat, the 25, running second in FP1, then Chocron leading GT1A in that Corvette. Mark Julian continues to lead in GT1B. Even though it's not a battle for class, really fun scrap going on right now between the number 129 and Miguel Angel Marcano, running 7th overall and running 2nd in GT1A. And Mark Julian, your leader in GT1B, pressuring him big time right now. Again, not for a class battle, but just a really good overall scrap. Halfway down the backstretch now, heading down to turn 10, heading into 11. 2.5 minutes to go, so should be 2 more laps. That beautiful GT4 spec entry. Excuse me, a Michael Copper in that GT4 spec KTM GTX. Late call to the pits, one of our competitors. Right back behind the wall. Looks like it might be the number 78 of Carlos Garcia. Oh boy, we got new leader in the FP2 category as Castellano has snuck around on Sanchez. Boy, these two have been having an absolute scrap. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. Oh, and a spin. That looks like Bruhat over at the exit of 14. Way offline, thankfully. But a bunch of cars going to be streaming through. It's going to try and get back on. Did a nice job there. Checker is out. Marco Sanchetti in the FP1 Revolution A1R. The 155 has picked up the checkered flag. Looks like it's going to be the 47X of Philippe Rezik in that GT2 KTM, winning in GT2A. And Castellano has been able to open up a little bit of a gap on Sanchez in traffic now as he sweeps out of the final turn. Coming to the line, FP2, Giuseppe Castellano. Here comes Sanchez. Here's your winner in GT1A, that Thundering Corvette of John Chokran. There are two sons and a father. Jose is the dad, John, one of the sons. So most of the field having gone through. We talked about FE2. GT1A, Chakran over Miguel Angel Marcano in the 129 Porsche. Third, Elan Katz in the number 82 Mercedes. Fourth, the 241 of Aiden Ramos in the Porsche. And David Tuati will be credited with the fifth spot. Down a few laps, and then Alex Lima, of course, with his problem. In GT1B, Mark Julian, the number 87, getting the win over that 111 of Michael Copper in that GT2 KTM. And then the 73 of Hachem Yosef. Fourth, the 132 is Sophia Basler, her first time up in GT1 after winning the GT2A championship last year. Nice run for her up into fourth, and the 53 of Gary Young rounding out the top five. GT2A, it is the 47 of Philippe Rezik at KTM. GT4 entry over the Ginetta of Adolfo Rossi, the number 60. Then the number 33 Extreme Velocity Porsche of Ronnie Parent. And then the 172 Aston Martin of James Haman. GT2B, the 84 of Manuel Gomez. In the BMW M2 over the 46 Ginetta of Neil Dimitri. The number 83, that is a BMW M2 of Jonathan Green. The number 47 of Justin Levine. The number 78 of Carlos Garcia. And the 66 of David Lira. In GT3A, Patrizio Franulek in the BMW 318, taking the win over the 77. BMW M3 of Rick Tamarian, with the 11 of Zoltan Wallace and his BMW 540i in the third spot, and the 59 of Matthew Palino, doing a nice job in his BMW M3. Matthew did not get a time in qualifying, so he was kind of behind the eight ball right from the start of that. In GT4B, Luis Milares in the number 8 Mazda getting the win over the number 69 of Mike Leo. In GT3B, the 338 of Mike Grenobles, the Honda S2000 in front of the number 5 of Tommaso Bolfon in the BMW. And of course, Martin Bruhat, spin and all, still gets second in FP1 behind the absolutely flying Marco Sanchetti. That wraps up race 1 of 4 here in our FARA GT and Prototype Sprint. Races that will be coming at you here. Speaking of coming at you, things are coming at us pretty hot and heavy right now, as we have a Formula FARA practice will be coming up shortly. Then we have our final qualifying for Pro Spec Miata. And then we have another of our high-performance driver education sessions for a little while. And then the Winter Series will be back with another race. So, like we said, FARA, heavy on racing, baby. So we'll be right back with you. because the next time we see them after this, it will be for their qualifying session. So and I've been asked to remind everybody once again, if you're here with some young kids, or even if you're just a playful adult, there is a face painter here. And so head on over there. It's by the Photo Center. And the Photo Center is right across, right next to the podium area, right across from the media center. There's that breezeway over there. That's where you can find them. And of course, the food truck's still here as well. So cars are out now for this second practice. The fastest in the practice this morning was Gaston Irazu, the number 27, and he turned a 1 minute 30.585 second lap, just under 2/10 clear of Yasir Beckham in the number 8. 12 of Mate Caceres was third, again very close at hand. In the top 5, covered by under a second. Fourth was the 25 of Eddie Basella. Fifth, the 44 of Pablo Benitez. Sixth was the 11 of Cash Felber. 7 was the number 2 of Roman Felber. 8 was the 22 of Jake Pollock. 9th, the 09 of Alex Bobadilla. And in 10th, the number 14 of JT Hoskins. And once again, if you want to compare these cars to something, think about the Winter Series cars that were just out there and go one generation older. That's basically what you're looking at. You can tell the difference because the newer cars have what they call the halo. That is mandatory now for any FIA, which is the world governing body for motorsports, for global formula cars. Was mandated recently. These cars a generation older. You can tell they don't have the halo. They got a very, very solid, robust crash structure and roll hoop for protecting the drivers. But what it does is it keeps this class, since it's a generation older car, they're nowhere near as expensive. Parts are still very readily available, and it makes it a much more attainable in terms of funding, entry-level series for drivers that are looking to step out of karts. Go-karting, for instance, up into formula cars of some level, get a feel for cars with a little bit of aero. Or if you've been in SCCA or NASA running, say, a Formula Ford or a Formula F or a Formula V, for that matter, you want now to step into a formula car and experience a little bit of aero and downforce, this is a great way to do it. It's very inexpensive compared to other series, and it gives you a wealth of experience, especially for the drivers that don't have a lot of experience in cars that are coming out of karting. It's a great way to start to get that feel and be able to develop your skill set in these kind of cars. Fastest right now is Teddy Masella in that number 25. This morning he had a 131.187. Right now he's at a 132.6. And it wouldn't be at all surprising to me that by the end of this session that time that was set by Gaston Irazu this morning in the number 27, the 1 minute 30.585, if that doesn't hold up, it's the fastest, because this track is very susceptible to heat and sun. And while we've got a little bit of cloud cover out there, it's still hazy sun on this track. And and as the temperatures warm up, keep in mind what happens to a gas when it expands, or when it gets hot, it expands. Well, air is a gas. And so as it expands in the heat a little bit, it's less dense. The downforce on the cars is not as effective. They might go a little quicker actually in a straight line, but maybe not anywhere near as quick, relative speaking, in a corner. So we'll see how that plays out. comes Masella. Pablo Benitez in the number 44 jumping up into the second spot right now. JT Hoskins has made up some ground now, up into fifth. Boy, they are pushing right now. A couple of cars dropping tires coming out of turn 12. Here comes Benitez has now gone to the top. Great lap by Benitez at a 132.696. But better still now is Gaston Arazu at a 130.9. That's a little bit off, 0.4 off of what he ran earlier today. But closing in on it a bit. Mate Caceres in the number 12 still sits second. Yasir Beckham is third. Teddy Masella now fourth. Pablo Benitez in fifth. It's interesting right now, just the way that we have, there's nobody running in any kind of a pack out there, or even just in terms of two cars together. So pretty clearly that everybody right now is trying to just work on getting the setup right outside of traffic. Not worrying about a tow right now. I would think come qualifying, you might see these guys try and put together a couple of tows here to try and make up a little bit of time. Teddy Masella heading down into the pits, currently in that fourth spot. Plenty of time left in this session to make a couple of adjustments. And again, remember, this is not a qualifying session. This is simply practice. So at the end, it really doesn't matter what kind of time you set. The bigger mission is to get that car dialed in, get the setup right on that car, so it will be quick in qualifying. And nowadays, it's not a whole lot of difference between a qualifying setup and a race setup. A lot of times now we have series that you have to actually start the race in the tire you qualify on. And before those rules sort of came into play, you put a whole lot of camber into the car and get that car to plant, and it'd be wicked quick for 2-3 laps, and then you'd shred the insides of the tires. And nowadays, if you have to start the race in the tires you qualify on, it's not going to work. So now you don't really do a whole lot. Ooh, we got a spin over at the exit of turn number 8. Didn't look like there was any contact, just snapped around. As of right now, it's still Arazu quickest in this session. He's gone down to a 130.8. Which I think is, in these conditions, as warm as it is relative to how it was this morning. I think that's a solid lap. And he's got a big, big margin right now over the 12 of Matixeras. As Arazu brings that orangey red machine down into pit lane. Part of the Scuderia Buell team. 3 cars entered in by Scuderia. I've only been saying that word for 30 years. Why am I suddenly struggling with it? Scuderia Buell, thank you. Along with Teddy Musella. Oh, Roman Felber just put in a nice lap, jumps up into 5th. Cash Felber up into 3rd. They were struggling. Cash Felber this morning at 31.9. As I say that, Yasir Beckham jumps back into 3rd, the number 8. But not a surprise to see cars doing ins and outs. We talked about that earlier. Coming in, making a little tweak on the car, whether it's a tire pressure, a slight suspension change. And obviously, you're a little limited by what you can do in the pit lane. You've got a tire change going on for the number 2 entry here. Or at least they're giving it a real look, Roman Felber. You know, you can do minor little, especially on a formula car where the access to the components by design is a lot easier than in a GT kind of car. So you can make a little suspension tweak on a shock, you know, with a little, change the bumper rebound a little bit, sway bar, tire pressures, and a little, you know, maybe a wing angle change. Anything more severe than that, you kind of have to wait till the end of the session and get it back into your paddock. Cash Felber, after putting in that nice lap, is ducked into the pits. Only guy who hasn't taken a time at all is the number 7 of Michael Subo. And I think that might be a transponder issue because I think I've seen him out on track. So transponder might not be hitting. Those of you watching on our stream, getting some really nice shots here. That's beautiful. Whoa, look at that. That's how hard you got to push at the exit of 4 to get out of there, to get that run. We talked about that little flick at the through 5, just a little bend left. If you get the exit of 4 right, you're golden. Then that long run down into 6, gear 7, where you're just feeding throttle as you're unwinding the wheel. This long infield straight section, watch for that red car to come into view. Late braking here, but don't overshoot. You got to get that car to point in. And then here is the exit from, you can see 12 in the background, then 13, 14, and back up onto the banking. About 7.5 minutes to go in this practice session for Formula FARA. And again, I was talking about the chassis here, this Ligier F4 chassis that they are running. They are also running identical engines. That's what makes it a spec series. And I believe it's the 1.6 liter Honda engine. And that is a very popular engine in a number of Honda machines. And again, that means that parts are readily available for these engines. Have a quick announcement made at the behest of race control. All Pro Spec Miata teams, pit lane is still closed to you. So do not go to pit lane. You have to wait. You have to wait until this session ends and all the FARA prototypes have cleared pit lane. See a number of the Pro Spec Miata cars coming out. Now the schedule has shifted just a little bit, and that may be why, but the pit lane is not yet open to Pro Spec Miata cars. So make sure you find your car if it's in pit lane and escort them back into the paddock, please. All right, Monte Cassier is late in this session. The number 12 has turned to 1:31.4. Best time of this session, so good lap there. But everybody remained. Gaston Razu, the gentleman who was fastest this morning, is still quite clear of the field. This morning he was clear by just under 2/10 over Yasir Beckham. Right now he's clear by 6/10 on Mate Caceres, with Beckham another 2/10 back. But Gaston is by far the closest to his time from this morning than anybody else. So he's done a nice job to get within 3/10. Everybody else at least a half second off. And I think that's down to the track more than anything else, because in theory, the cars should be dialed in a little bit better at this stage. You know, the other thing that we haven't talked about is you will, during these practice sessions, at some point you want to have your car, usually you do this earlier in the session, fairly full of fuel, as much as you would run, or close to it at the start of the race with a fresh set of tires, or a much fresher set, if you will, just to make sure you've got the handling dialed in so that your car on newer tires but with a heavy fuel load is right. And then later in the session, you're going to want to make a run at some point when you burned off some fuel, put on a very used set of tires so that you kind of get a handle on what the car is going to feel like when it gets lighter, because you've had more and more fuel burned off. And fuel, as we know, you know how much a gallon of water or milk feels. Well, you start burning off gallons of fluid, the car is going to get significantly lighter. It gets much more responsive. It accelerates quicker. It brakes later. It turns quicker. But at the same time, your tires are degrading as your session or race goes on. They want to be able to have a little bit of a handle on how that's going to feel as well. Pretty much everybody out on track right now. 2.5 minutes to go in this session. Checker flag is out. Best time in this session, Cash Felber just put in his best time in the session at 1:31.9. That's got him up into fourth, but it's still Gaston Irazu, the number 27, at a 1:30.8. Is again 6/10 clear of the field. He just was dialed in this session over the 12 of Mate Casieres, then Yasser Beckham in the 8, the 11 of Cash Felber, the 2 of Roman Felber rounds out your top 5. Then the 25 of Teddy Musella is in 6th. 7th is the 44 of Pablo Benitez. 8th is the number 14 of JT Hoskins. 9th is the 09 of Alex Bobadilla. 10th, the number 22 of Jake Pollock. And 11th, the number 7 of Michael Suko. And I saw him out. He did a long lap and pitted again, so they must be dealing with some sort of an issue right now. But the checker flag is out. After this, we have our final qualifying session for Pro Spec Miata. All right, Pro Spec Miata out for their final quali session. Again, the last thing they will have today is a qualifying race to establish the grid for the feature race. Fastest this morning was the number 74 of Rob Bailey for 3P Logistics, and he put in a lap of a minute 40.050, just over a tenth clear of the 110 of Enrique Tamayo, who in turn had 77 1,000s clear of the 198 of Max Schweid in third. All three of those cars, by the way, are 3P Logistics entries. Fourth was the 51 of Nico Fandrini. Fifth was the number 69 of Mike Leo. Sixth, the number 56 of Todd Burris. Seventh, the number 12 of Marcos Vento. Eighth, the number 48 of Frankie Barrasso. Ninth, the number 58 of Bernardo Abend. And 10th, the number 32 of Wes Duchek. And I got to tell you, I'm kind of interested to see what Wes is going to do, because he set that time really early in the session, then had a mechanical issue and had to sit out the rest of it, but he went out of the gate pretty quick. So I'm intrigued to see what he's going to be able to do, and hopefully he'll get that full session in here. 11th, Isabella Abro in the number 60. Now, she just won her class in the first race for the FARA GT and prototype, so she's getting lots of track time here. 12th was a 97 of Frank Anelente, and completing the field in 13th was the 00 of Erica Wagner. It's going to be kind of interesting to watch how this plays out here, because you got a few cars that are out there all by themselves, and then you got this gnarly pack of machines right now coming out of turn 7, heading to 8. Some of the top players are in that. A couple of them at the back of that grouping now, side by side, heading down into 8. One of the things you've got to get really used to and very comfortable with in Spec Miata is driving through 3 or 4 windshields. So you might as well get used to it in practice and qualifying, because it's going to be that way for the entire race, especially if you want any kind of a tow, a little help. You've got to get used to that concept here. Barrasso goes to the top now. And then he's clipped immediately by Max Schweid, Enrique Tamayo, Nico Fandrini. Looking over at my producer here, Ryan. Best racing name of the weekend so far, Nico Fandrini. It's a good one. It's a good one. Sounds like something you might hear in Grand Prix, the sequel. It looks like Todd Burris is at head of that queue of 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars. Todd has been running Spec Miata a long time. Also a partner in FARA, and it's just great to have him with the edition of Spec Miata as a Pro Series in FARA. His experience, his understanding of the class. Ooh, he just got it really crossed up in turn 8. Saved it, but lost a lot of momentum. And his buddy behind him, I think that's Marco Vento, just said, no worries, I'll give you a little tap here. Again, the target time set this morning, a 1:40.050. That was by Rob Bailey. Now here's the interesting thing. Frankie Barrasso, remember it's Sebring in December when this class made its debut, and everybody was really pleased with how it turned out. We had some major names there, and Frankie Barrasso finished second. And this morning he could only qualify eighth at a 1:41.5. Well, he's up front right now already at a 1:41.9. So they had to have something a little amiss with that car. And as I looking at that, Max Schweid now has gone a 140 flat. And that's quicker than he went this morning. He went a 140.048 just now. This morning he had a 140.2. So that 0.48, guess what? By 2/1000ths of a second, that is the fastest lap turned by the Pro Spec Miatas today. And I think some of this is this cloud cover is getting a little thicker. We don't really have any sun down on the track, so this track's going to cool nicely. Todd Burris has got a 140.138. He had a 140.3, so he's improved by a couple of tenths from this morning. Bailey had that 140.0. And he's at a 140.7. So right now, big gap between Schweid, Burris, and the rest of those. And I think it might be that Schweid and Burris, yeah, they've cleared off, and they have been drafting, working with each other big time here. And it's been paying off. As those two now midway down that inside infield straight between 7 and 8. Watching them coming in here. Not this first car turning in, but the orange car there. You can see Burris with Schweid right on his 6. It's all about working together if you're going to be doing that draft, playing that draft game here. And Burris, first driver on the day to get beneath a 140. Todd Burris goes a 139.364 and jumps ahead of Max Schweid by almost 7 tenths. Max another 7 tenths clear of Rob Bailey. So big lap there. And I think part of that happened as Burris, with Schweid pushing him, came out of the last turn and got a big toe. I think he may have got a little bit of a tow from another car that he was running down the back straight, and then just had that car tow him all the way around. Because remember, they're running Speedway 3 and 4, so he got a marvelous tow. Gets another one here, getting by another car, as Schweid trying to draft off of the same car that gave the big tow to Burris. Schweid passing that car, so he's not going to benefit from the tow. He might actually be helping out the other car here. And the guy that Todd Burris in the orange car just went by now is latched onto his rear bumper. Let's see what happens to the timing sheets here. Oh, black flag has come out. That's the number 48 of Frankie Barrasso, who does set his best time, but we have a black flag. You know, we've still got 13 minutes left in this session. The black flag generally means everybody proceeds slowly and carefully right down into pit lane. Not sure what the issue might be. Oh, I see a wrecker heading out on track. Oh, there it is, car off in the runoff down at the exit of 6. There it is. Oh no, that is the number 51 of Nico. Looks like he just drove straight off. I don't see any sign of any contact, so it might be just simply a mechanical. They can hook him up and get going again. So as soon as they get Eco, well, they already have a nice job here by the response team. Have him hooked up on that flat tow, get that car moved out of the way. We will be back to green. And by the time that happens, we should still have at least 10 minutes left in this final qualifying session for our Pro Spec Miata cars. Then we're going to have another 25-minute high-performance driving experience category. Then we'll have Winter Series Race 2. Followed by our FARA GT and Prototype Race 2. We're back to green just that quick. We're back to green just that quick. All right, our group is all packed together once again. You find a partner and you start to get after it here. Todd Burris way up on that high line now. Look at the two cars behind, drop low, use the banking to generate a run down low. I think we're seeing some foreshadowing of what might occur during the race. That's going to be really interesting to see, isn't it? Oh! Car at the back went straight off at the exit of one. I think he got a huge tow. I think there were two cars side by side in front of him. He got a monster tow and just overran the exit a little bit. And that white car is Frankie Barrasso, and it looked like he and Burris were sort of teamed up. Max Schweid now has broken clear of those three behind him. I think that's Vento, the baby blue colored car, then Burris, the orange car, the white car is Barrasso. But look at how much all three of those cars, how much ground they made up on Max Schweid running together while he was by himself. Now Burris gives Vento a tap. Vento taps Schweid, and they all draw away a little bit from Barrasso. Burris now eases back a little bit. So he can use that toe maybe and get a little bit better run to start this lap. Just that quick, Barrasso running by himself has lost touch. Burris now losing a little touch as those two up front putting on a bit of a clinic here. Then the 74, Rob Bailey behind them, doing a drafting run with the 110 of Enrique Tamayo. Tell you, Max is really good from turn 2 to the exit of 5. He really gaps the rest of those guys a little bit. Couple of cars side by each through 7 over there. Vento popped to the outside going into Speedway 3, and Schweid, Burris going right with him. And just that quick, look how fast they're able to push through on Schweid running together like that. 5 minutes to go, 5 to go. So fun to watch this drafting battle here. Burris's time, that lone car to get underneath the 140s at a 139.364 stands still. Here's that quad group right there working the way through the exit of 7, throwing a little bit of, as David Hobbs would say, a bit of clag into the air. One of the things you'll notice there is these underpowered cars. You watch their line coming out here when they come back up onto the speedway, that lead group, they get way underneath that white line. The shortest line around the oval in an underpowered car, that whole thing is going, you know, don't run extra distance because you don't have the power to make up for it. And we are at 3 minutes to go in this session. It's Burris, Schweid, Barroso, Vento, Bailey, Leo, Tamayo, Fundrini, who's parked and done, Ducek, Abend, Abro, Anelante, and Wagner. Checker flag flies. Checker flag is out. And it's going to take one heck of a lap by anybody out there to top that 139.3 that that Burris set. And here I think comes Frank Anelante. Indeed, he picks up the checker flag, and that should be our field. So next up is going to be our high performance driving experience session. Starting in about a minute, if everybody's ready to go, running for 25 minutes. And then at 3:05, we'll be back probably a little bit before that with Winter Series Race 2.
develop drivers. And if all we do is run laps based on where we qualified and, you know, green to checker, no change, they're not going to learn racecraft. They're not going to get better spatial awareness on the race car. So the second race of the 3 at every stop that we go to is an invert of the top 8 finishers from race number 1. And then the grid for race 3 then becomes a merge of how you did in the invert race and how you did in race number 1 to line it. They're all still 3 equal motos, 3 equal races in the championship points, but we want to challenge the drivers. And we talked a little bit earlier again about Sebring. That second invert race, while the fastest drivers in the top couple from race 1 were able to get their way to second and third, the pole kid from the invert race was able to drive away, build a gap enough, and win. Now, this track, a lot longer. We were on the Sebring short course, so it's a lot easier to get, you know, cars strung out, but still have the toe to bring you back up, and honestly, more passing zones. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the field kind of shuffle its way back to how we saw it in race number 1 in the early couple laps. But either way, it's going to be a challenge, and that's what was fun to go down and talk to the top 3 finishers from race 1 of, okay, this was great. Now you're going 6th. Now you're starting 7th. Now you're starting 8th for Jack Jeffers. So it won't be an easy run to the finish for him here as we get set to roll.
Yeah, I would think not. And I mean, he had done such a beautiful job out there. And you talked about, wasn't it, that Jefferson, one of those races with the invert, got caught up in some issues and it cost him. So that can happen. And so you've really got to be on your game. When you're starting in the middle of a pack, a lot easier to get caught up in something. You've got to really be ready and anticipate a lot.
Yeah, and it's so tough to anticipate when you've got drivers less experienced than you. It's one thing for Jack Jeffers to know his way around Sebastian Weldon. They both have, now in the case of Jeffers, 2 full seasons in Formula cars. Weldon has 1. Some of these drivers didn't spend hardly any time racing go-karts and are staring down their first ever Formula car season and really one of the first or second years they've ever been racing. So when some of those guys get cycled up to the top of the board and you got to go around them, you can't even necessarily predict where they're going to go, left, right, when they're going to brake. You just know that you were a little bit faster than them, and because of that and where they finished, now they start in front of you. So it's a great training tool, but in terms of the championship, it can bite some guys. Did bite Jack. He, for the most part, was out of trouble. It was just going off the racetrack.
Right.
That was all it took to break something in the car and sideline him from the session.
Well, that's a really good point, too, because, you know, it's one thing to lead and lead comfortably. It's another thing to work your way through traffic. And as you said, when you don't know the driving characteristics of somebody you're racing, you've got to give them that little bit of leeway. And sometimes that's a tough thing to teach, isn't it? This is a good way to learn it.
100%. Yeah, you have to take each driver as their own complete story. Some are going to break deeper or later or earlier than others. Their lines may be a little bit different than yours. They're obviously going to be somewhat different around the racetrack because you're faster than them. So they're not doing exactly what you're doing. And then the accordion effect of being around traffic. It's not just training for them in traffic. It's training for our pole man, Timmy Carroll, to lead a race to green. The same for G3 Argyros to lead a race to green from the off pole. So that is going to be, you know, interesting to see. And like I said, the difference in, you know, experience you have when you look down the leaderboard, right? Obviously, Timmy Carroll and G3 Argyros will be our front row. Both of them have a couple of years of national level experience. Timmy even moved up to the pro ranks in the senior classes, was okay, and was starting to kind of come into his own. So he's got plenty of experience, but this is his first year in a race car. G3 Argyros jumped up midway through last season, so he's got race car experience. He was also starting to come into his own in the karting world. Aiden Potter does not have a lot of national level or regional level karting experience, but then Max Taylor does, and Max Taylor has a year, almost 2 years now behind the wheel of a Formula car. Last year, I believe, was his first year, and he was a rocket ship right out of the gate. Evan Cooley only spent 2 years of local karting experience in the most entry-level class. So it makes it all the more impressive that Evan jumps in and is up there with guys with very decorated careers to this point. Yao Viguera's got a lot of years on the national circuit, and then Sebastian Weldon and Jack Jeffers, they've won at the highest levels of American karting, especially in Jeffers' case. Weldon moved up at a younger age into the car racing world, but only by about a year. So, you know, you have kind of that blend, and then further back down the grid, you kind of get even more of just, you know, some guys for the academy, it's a great entry-level way, just, you know, not necessarily your first ever day in racing, but it's very welcoming to guys that have very limited experience. You're talking some of the drivers we may see here in the same way for Formula FARA and some of our FARA racers as well, that, you know, this is not that deep into their career, but, you know, they have so much, you know, so many resources available to these drivers. You know, IndyCar, former IndyCar driver, now GTD driver in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, Gabby Chavez is the on-site driver coach. He's available to all of these drivers. They normally have a race team that will have a driver coach there with them and engineers to work with as well. But the series provides a driver coach. You also get the onboard lap from the pole sitter in qualifying. So by this point, everyone has probably gone over to the trailer and watched Jack Jeffers is on board to try and learn from him. So it makes it very easy for new and less experienced drivers to try and get up to speed and compete. And then an invert race like this might put them in front of the likes of Sebastian Weldon and Jack Jeffers.
That's an absolutely great program, and I love the fact that you make that lap available for people to be able to school off of a little bit as well here, and I think that's really cool. You know, it seemed to me out of that group up in the top 5 that Garros, he was the one that to me in that first race showed like he had some real pace. That might be that guy that could go to the front and maybe hang on out there.
And that kind of carries over with how he was earlier in this week over in Sebring. I mean, he was fast. He qualified 3rd in Sebring. Even then, he said he felt like he bottled the lap up pretty good and left a lot of time on the table. So he expected to be a whole lot worse off than where he was. And then it was just unfortunate incidents. He got spun in turn 1 of the very first race, and from that point on was fighting from the back foot, and unfortunately had a couple of DNFs. But like you said, he's had some speed. Now he gets a primed opportunity to try and get to the lead by just starting on the outside of the front row. So we'll see what he can do. I'm very interested to see how Timmy Carroll leads the race. He was having to fight through the midfield, kept his nose clean, and got to that perfect spot in race number 1. If you don't think you've got the pace to put it on pole, you want to finish 8th in that first race, because now that gives you the perfect starting spot here for race number 2. And again, it worked out perfect for Leonardo Scorpioni and Sebring. Went from 8th in race 1, pole race 2, led every lap, won race 2.
So you get people, if it's always the top 8 invert, you get people that if they're struggling in the race will just fight to finish 8th. You know, to be able to play that game a little bit?
You would think so. You would think so. Typically, no, and I think that's just because this championship, as fun as it is to put these races together and to race for it, they're still just gathering data and experience. Right. So I don't know if anyone's tried to game the championship that hard. If we had, let's say, a scholarship, a crazy scholarship for a full USF Junior season on the line where you get all your budget covered, yeah, you might see some more games being played here. But this is, you know, honestly, it's a real collaborative effort from all of the race teams. I mean, you see a lot of the same colored cars. J. Howard Driver Development has 6 drivers in the field here this weekend, and they've been a big proponent of the program since year 2. Velocity Racing Development that houses Max Taylor, Sebastian Weldon, and Michael Succo. They've been a big proponent of it for years and years and years. So the teams kind of all have a gentleman's agreement that, hey, we're going to move these kids around and just tell them to go 100% because we want them to continue to learn and for things to be as merit-based as they can on how this top 8 invert works.
And interestingly, the top 3 in this invert, all J. Howard cars. So this is going to be fun to watch as well. And the field now making its way, lights out on the safety vehicle. So this field is getting ready to get after it and get angry.
Yeah, here we go. Juan Arenas will take that Academy Winter Series safety car in the hard left turn down pit lane, and your leaders will make their way onto the front stretch. It's an all JHCD 1, 2, 3. Timmy Carroll in the number 8 car on the inside. On the outside, the number 3 Positive Energy car of G3 Argyros. And as a slow start coming to the start box for Timmy Carroll, catches a lot of guys out of line. It is a packed up 2 and 3 and nearly 4 wide run to turns 1 and 2. This will get tightened again. That's just the difference of an experienced versus inexperienced pole sitter. Carroll decided to be late to get on the power, and this is going to have everybody really close through turn number 3. But it looks like, knock on wood, we've got the whole field into the bowl, and Carroll, I think, has gotten cleared away with the lead just barely over G3.
And somebody made a great move up into 3rd right there. I can't tell if that was Vergara from 5th or Max Taylor from 4th, but made up a nice move down into turn 2.
Yeah, I believe that might be Vergara. Just seeing a hint of red on that car, while Max Taylor, he has the all gray wing and the dark gray car that looks to be in 4th as they come out of that infield hairpin and head on the long run over to re-enter the back straightaway. And look at this for the lead. We're side by side. Big defensive move down the inside for Timmy Carroll. He can feel the pressure from G3, but he blows the corner. And here comes G3 Argyros through to the inside. Here comes Yal Vergara. This makes this race so exciting. The opening couple of laps. How quickly can some of our top contenders from race 1 work their way forward as Leo Scorpioni and Sebastian Weldon, the bright black, white, and yellow cars, are still trapped back in the pack. And as for where Jack Jeffers currently, off the racetrack for one of the JHGD cars, off the kink. I don't know if that was Carroll as well, but the field looks to be maybe slowing a little bit, and I believe we are under yellow. So the safety car has been deployed, and it looks like it was for an incident further back. We've already got 1 car diving, 2 cars diving for pit lane, and 1 slowing in the back. It looks like maybe either Diego Guillot or one more might be involved in the incident on the opening lap. Yeah, indeed. Looks like it might be Diego Guillot in the number 12. Here he is coming down the pit lane. No front wing on the Zanella Racing number 12 entry. So they've got a new front wing ready to go on his car as well. And that is, looks to be maybe Jace Bacon in the number 7 down on pit lane also. They're making a right rear tire change. So
I think that's Timmy Carell.
Is that Timmy? Is that the number 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you're right. We have, we're down a man from the top 5. So Timmy Carroll out as well.
There's 22 is Emma Scarborough, and
she's had rough luck so far. You can see the heavily damaged rear wing of Emma, and must have been a puncture detected for Timmy Carroll there, and that would make sense why he blew turn number 9 the way that he did, defending on the inside. I mean, it's not you know, it's not hard to make a mistake in these cars, but to have that kind of mistake, I think at slow speeds and everyone's tiptoeing on the opening lap is a bit unexpected. So no surprise there, Timmy Carroll, hard racing, but and that also is probably why he went off the racetrack down at the bottom of the hill into the dirt. So he'll go to the rear. Unfortunate for our pole man to drop all the way to the tail.
And I'll tell you, the guy who has pounced on opportunity here is Evan Cooley up into 2nd spot. And we saw him lead or run in that top 3 early in that first race, then have that issue, and then with the cautions work his way back up. And he's got an opportunity for a little redemption here.
Yeah, and that there again, another one of the black and red exclusive Autosport cars with him. That's why we were mixed up between him and Vergara
yeah.
in 5th. So the similar team liveries for the two of them. But yeah, Evan Cooley, what a great start.
Yeah.
And we saw that again in race number 1. He tried to be aggressive off the start there, didn't pay off. Then was aggressive on the restarts. It did pay off. Now he has a really good opening lap. And you know, we'll see what G3 Argyros can do on the restart. But if you were to kind of look at some of the faster drivers from race number 1 and how quickly they're up the boards, I think Evan Cooley might be doing the best out of all of them. Max Taylor, good start to go to 3rd. And then you look down, Sebastian Weldon down in the 9th spot.
Yep.
And Jack Jeffers further back as well in the 7th spot. So they haven't been able to make up much ground. To their credit, only 1 lap of green, 2nd lap under yellow, but it looks like we're getting ready to go back for another restart. So this time, it's a single file restart held by G3 Argyros. So let's see when he decides to get on the power. And he'll do it coming out of the last turn. Hopefully they didn't spin the tires too bad. Looks like a decent restart for the number 3 car. He'll lead us back to green. 2 complete, 14 laps to go as the field heads down the front straightaway. And I believe that the number 6 coming by there, Aiden Potter, might have also lost a front wing in the incident as we've got to fight for the lead. Check out Evan Cooley. We said he was good on these restarts, and he is new leader, yes. If he can clear himself, almost. Argyros hanging tough there into the bowl, way on the inside. But the momentum will go the way of Cooley as they drag race. And looking on is Max Taylor, who's going to force it 3 wide down the back straightaway.
3 wide into turn 6, and it looked for a second like Argyros might be able to arc back in front. Now he slips to 3rd. Oh, and Cooley running wide.
Yeah, Evan Cooley off into the dirt. He'll drop back to maybe 5th or 6th and have to shake the dirt off the tires. But Max Taylor, an aggressive power move to go to the inside 3 wide for the lead. That took a lot of confidence, and now he's under pressure as G3 goes to his outside in turn number 9. He'll have to back out of it, and moving in now, potentially, could be Yal Vergara on the inside. Big run for Argyros. Got a nose down low on Taylor into the kink. They're going to go side by side off the banking and give it back to G3. He reclaims the lead, headed into the chicane. And you can see on your screen on the stream, we do have one driver that was late getting off of pit lane. And I believe that was Diego Guillot in the number 12. So he is tail end of the lead lap as it's Argyros leading Taylor. Then it is Vergara. Then it is Evan Cooley. And then Jackson Tovo, and then Jack Jeffers.
Got to be impressed with Jackson Tovo. I mean, he was outside of that top 8 inversion, and he's keeping Jack Jeffers behind him right now.
One thing that really impressed me about Jackson Tovo is, unfortunately, he surrenders the 5th slot to Jeffers there right on cue in turn number 2. Jackson Tovo was the third and him and his brother Ethan were third and fourth fastest in the overall laps by race number 3 in Sebring. So the young duo only have a couple of test days in the car. They came straight out of basically a year of junior, which is full-size karts, and straight into Formula cars at 13 years old. So Jackson Tovo, very impressive off the rip, as I believe they're side-by-side in front of them. Jack Jeffers trying to get by one of his teammates, and I think he'll do that easily down to turn number 9.
Yeah, picked off, I think that was Evan Cooley. He was able to slide underneath. Oh, and a spin right in front of a huge group of cars. Looked like everybody that was some fantastic evasive driving, but costly.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to get the safety car out for that. Lights stay off on the safety car for now. Looks like we are still green and racing as we're side-by-side back for second.
He's continued back there, so we should stay green.
And I don't want to jinx it, but I think that might have been Cooley, because it looked like it was right around 4th and 5th. Crazy for Jack Jeffers, who was trying to get back into the points fight, to have to avoid that. If it was Cooley indeed, and it was. Evan Cooley going around in turn number 9. And it really hurt poor Jackson Tovo, because he had to go way wide to avoid him, and Jackson fell all the way down to the 18th spot. So as Cooley went around, Jackson Tovo faded backwards as well.
And look who now is right behind Jack Jeffers, 98. Weldon has used that opportunity, has moved up now into that 5th spot. He can see Jeffers right in front of him.
Yeah, so they're all spread pretty evenly here for the first 6 cars, even back to 7th. And then you got Patricio Gonzalez pressuring Ava Dobson. Ava Dobson struggled in qualifying, as we've got Max Taylor with a big mistake there. And it looks like we're going to go side-by-side coming out of the hairpin towards turn number 9 for second. So Max Taylor was trying to push the limits to catch G3 Argyros. And now Argyros is going to get a huge lead, because they're going to trade the second spot 3 ways now as everyone gets tripped up out of turn number 9. Wow. And I believe that might be Jeffers all the way on the inside.
What a move by Jeffers. He squared that corner up beautifully, got underneath both of them, and now jumps into second. Meanwhile, here comes Sebastian on the outside through turn 10. That is a brave move. And somebody drops a tire. He hangs on to it, but he has to get out of it.
Yeah, I believe that definitely was Weldon that just dropped the tire off the right-hand side of the racetrack, but he survives it. Good save by Sebastian, and look at the lead already for G3. This is picture perfect. Now the only downside is still he's got 11 laps. He's got to hang on over Jack Jeffers and company, and the good news for Jeffers, he's now got at least 2 cars to himself in Weldon. That gives him time to focus forward, because he knows his biggest competition is probably Sebastian, and they're going to go side-by-side for that 3rd spot. That'll back him up even more, and they're going to bang tires there. That got really close in turn number 4, Greg.
It did, and that gave Weldon a heck of a run. He's down to the inside. He's now picked up 4th, going for 3rd with that head of steam. He's going to out-deep him down into turn 6. He's got position, and he's got 3rd.
Yeah, nice move, but now he's going to have to still play blocker a little bit into turn 9, trying to keep the momentum up, because he got over and under just into the corner. And the gap, unfortunately, that he had to give up to Jack Jeffers in getting through these cars has dearly. Jeffers is already making some serious strides towards G3, and out of turn number 9, Weldon had to really get early onto the brakes, and he's still fighting with Yal Vergara and Leonardo Scorpioni and Max Taylor down the backstretch. This is close down to the kink. Weldon, is he going to stay in there? On the inside, he does. This time with the preferred lane. He should be able to get clear, as a little bit of a drop tire this time for the car on the outside, not being Weldon. I believe it might have been Vergara. Here comes Taylor. Oh, no! Up the hill they go.
They hook tires. They hook fronts.
Yeah, Max Taylor, Yal Vergara colliding. And so the 2 of them up the hill, and they're going to cross the line further back. Hopefully it didn't knock the toe out or cause them any damage. For now, they're going to be outside our top 5, pushing outside top 10.
And how about that's going to promote Leonardo Scorpioni up into 4th, Patricio Gonzalez up into 5th, and how about Ava Dobson right there in 6th?
The young lady struggled in qualifying earlier this morning. She had to roll tail end of the field in race number 1, kept her nose clean, drove up through in that first race to make up spot. Now she's up to the top 10. As there you can see the instant replay here on Driver's Eye Live. Just going at it and ran out of real estate as the 2 were trying to make that sharp left-hand turn to head onto the front straightaway. And that's just a bit of, again, the experience factor here for the USF Juniors. trying to find the limit and race each other hard without going over it. Max Taylor, as well as Yal Vergara colliding a little bit.
Yeah, and Ava Dobson, you talked about her run from the back of the pack to 11th in that first race. That just doing that is a heck of an achievement. And now racing as well as she is right now, knocking on the door again of a top 5.
Yeah, that'd be a big boost to her confidence. She came here last year, if we remember correctly, she was seconds off the pace. As we've got one of our leaders diving down pit lane. No, that's Guillaume, the lap car, down into the pits. That'll get out of the way. And I thought it might have been one of the leaders because I didn't realize how close it had gotten for the lead. Jack Jeffords is only 2 car lengths back from G3 Argyros as they head down the hill to turns 1 and 2.
What a class move by Diego Guillaume, that number 12, recognizing, and I'm sure on the radio, getting reports that the leaders are coming up, and just ducked into pit lane so as not to obstruct that battle in any way, shape, or form. Class act by Guillaume, and these two up front, I'll tell you what, Argyros now is under pressure from one very quick driver, and Sebastian Weldon finds himself, what, a couple of seconds back of that duo. He's got work to do.
Yeah, and the duo is changing hands already. Jack Jeffers through the inside and clear with a nice move down in the hairpin. So move the Corpay exclusive Autosport 92 car to the lead. Argyros trying to pressure him a little bit down the run to turn number 9, but I think at this point, if I'm G3, I don't know how hard I want to fight with Jack. I might just try and learn from him a little bit and see if I can bring home a podium, because he has been here with top 5 pushing top 3 pace in all 4 rounds of the championship so far. No hardware to show for it. And it's a healthy gap back to Weldon and a Scorpione with just coming to 8 laps to go. So if G3 can hang on, learn a little bit, maybe not fight too hard for the win, he could probably bring away a top 3 result. But he still needs more pace than what he was having, because either way, a Scorpione, Weldon, they're both moving pretty good.
They are. In fact, the Scorpione that last lap setting the fastest lap of that lap right now and doing a nice job. So they've certainly got some pace. And let's see what we get right now. Jeffers just uncorking a 129.6 to a 130.4 for Argyros, then a 129.8 by Weldon. So that group up front now, they've got to really be hustling here, because those guys behind, Weldon and Escorpini, continuing to show some pace.
Yeah, and they're getting closer together. Credit to Leonardo Escorpione going fastest overall last time by. He's actually putting more pressure on Weldon than Weldon is making a dent in Argyros' gap to them. So we might see a fight for third before we see them catch the driver in second. And again, that's great news for G3 Argyros fans that are desperately hoping that he can get his first podium of the Academy Winter Series here in race number 5 of the 6-race championship. Of course, for those of you that are watching on the stream and here at the racetrack, we've got one more of our races tomorrow alongside all of the major FARA races, as here's the battle down the back.
Yeah,
this was a mistake, a rare mistake from Jack Jeffers.
Yeah, it ran just a little wide down in turn 8, couldn't get it back to the apex. And Argyros now all over his rear wing right now. But look at the pace that Jeffers floats down through turn 11.
Yeah, he's definitely got the technical parts of the racetrack down to the absolute limit and about a little bit of an edge. You can see his car rotating really well, sets it up nicely for that right-left chicane onto the front stretch. Such a great view from the driver's eye live cam that we have down in the final sector, because that is such a critical point. We talked about it in race number 1, that this racetrack has a couple of back-to-back corners that you really need to set up the previous one to lead into the final corner before a big straightaway. Jeffers did exactly that, and even with G3 Argyros in the slipstream down the front straightaway, there was nothing he could do. It was all Jack Jeffers by 3 car lengths holding that gap nice and easy.
Oh, and a heck of a battle for that 6th spot. Patricio Gonzalez, Ava Dobson, Mantella scrapping big time for that position as well. So some great racing going on, but I'll tell you, it was Gonzalez turned a 129.6 on that last lap, 3/10 quicker than anybody else out there.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see definitely some laps like that if they catch traffic at the perfect times, headed down the backstretch or headed down the front straightaway without getting held up too much in the turns. And good on Patricio Gonzalez for that lap gear to hold on to that 5th spot for now. But he's almost onto the rear wing of Scorpione and Weldon. I mean, as you watch them down the backstretch, you have a Weldon in a more black and yellow combo car, more white and yellow on the Scorpione's car, and then already catching up to the rear wings of both of them is that blue and white D-Force Racing Junior team car of Patricio Gonzalez, and then his brother in Rodrigo down in 12th, but making some hay as well after the crash in race number 1. He's already come up from the back of the field, 9 spots so far, as we put another lap in the books. And back up front to our leaders just for a moment. How about it for G3 Argyros? I mean, he still is keeping up with Jack Jeffers, who's been the dominant car all weekend long.
Yeah, I mean, their last laps were virtually identical, so he is really doing a superb job, and they're coming up on the back of some more traffic. Look at the battle behind them for third. It is on, folks, and that is Escorpini all over Weldon, and he has to because Gonzalez is there.
Yeah, I mean, they are all over each other. All 3 cars separated by less than 2 car lengths. As look at Scorpione deep on the brakes to the inside in the hairpin. He'll shove Weldon to the wayside, and Leo moves into third for now. They'll run down the infield backstretch, going the opposite direction of the NASCAR back straightaway and get side by side again. Let's see what Patricio wants to do there. Does he go high or low? He's going to fade high, back out at the last second, and watch these two duke it out before he decides to pick a lane on the backstretch.
Weldon tried to make it around the outside there, Xander, and realized that wasn't going to work, especially with Patricio right there. And so he adjusted and still got a great drive out. Patricio, I thought he was going to go for 3 abreast into 10. That would be spooky.
But look at Weldon, so much more brave on the outside. He forces Scorpione deep on the brakes, though, and Leo's going to get through as he goes to the edge of the racetrack. So it's a net no change from that infield hairpin on. Give third to Leonardo Scorpione as we come now to 5 laps to go.
What a drive by Leo. And Dobson, Ava is fending off a huge amount of pressure, a 6 from the 95 of Anthony Mantella as well. So good battles all over. Mantella diving down to the inside now, and it gets inside enough of Ava to be able to freeze her on the outside. He's through. He's in 6th.
That was textbook right there from Anthony Martella. He's one of those drivers here who is just starting to make some waves on the national scene in karting, but very, very limited car experience. Only a handful of test days. This is the first race scenario for him, whereas Ava Dobson, she's back for year number 2. So to make a move like that, make it look so nice and clean, perfectly done by Anthony Martella.
Now, what now? Jeffers and Argyros catching traffic right in the braking zone of 8. That car runs a little bit wide. That may have slowed Jeffers up. Is Argyros going to get a little bit of a run?
Yeah, and Jeffers is going to look to go side by side into the kink now, as Jeffers lost a little time. If Argyros can't get by before, no, he does. That was perfect for G3 Argyros. Couldn't have gone better. Hold Jeffers up a little bit, let me by as soon as you see the leader go, and now he's back close again, pressuring Jack Jeffers, coming to 4 laps to go, and a 2-way fight for the lead and the win here in race number 2 in the invert race. Very impressive stuff for Jack Jeffers to go from 8th to the lead, but it's not over yet. G3 Argyros on the outside of the front row has been holding his own for all 14 laps so far.
Well, if Jeffers hangs on to this, as the old adage goes, he will have done it the old-fashioned way. He earned it if he makes this happen here. Meanwhile, that incredible battle for the final podium spot. Escorpini, Weldon, Gonzalez over into turn 2, now up into turn 3. Such a tricky complex, this. And so far, everybody looking good, but Escorpini looks to have a little bit of a handle on it right now.
Yeah, he's starting to break away. Not necessarily out of that drafting window or range just yet, but he's definitely breaking towards that point. And once he gets out of the slipstream effect for Weldon, he's going to be gone. Very safe there. Patricio Gonzalez next up to try and get around the Gainbridge BRD driver for 4th. And every one of those passes is good news for Jack Jeffers, because if he wins this one and Weldon starts to fade towards the end of the top 5, we might have a very close championship going into the final race tomorrow of this 1-week-long 6-round championship.
Well, you wish no one bad luck, but you do want a good championship battle going into that last round. This is exciting stuff to be sure. And look at this, Argyros all over the back, and this is not traffic aided. He is doing it on his own. Right now, he's figured out what Jeffers is doing and is matching him turn for turn.
And again, the other part of this series that's so fun is for the team side, there is strategy with the tires. They're on Continental Tire rubber, and they have 2 sets allotted from the start of qualifying through the 3 races. I wouldn't be surprised if the JHCD boys thought their best chance for G3 was to go new tires here in race number 2, and maybe Jeffers wanted to save a set for that final race tomorrow just to make sure that he can get that last kind of push over the finish line for the championship with Exclusive Autosports. So that could play a factor, but tires or no tires, G3 is wheeling that thing to hang on to the coattails of the kid to beat so far.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm watching Gonzalez right now too. He got a great run out of 5, forcing Weldon to defend down into 6, and Weldon's got position, but watch Patricio, yep, did the over-under move. I don't know, did he get enough of a run out of there?
It'll be tight here. Again, that extra little kind of dog leg that they can continue to run speed out to really makes you sharpen off that corner when you're trying to do an over-under, but he definitely got alongside. He'll pressure Weldon. Now this is where the over-under could be really good if Gonzalez can turn the car down, but I think he went in a bit too deep.
Yep.
And now he'll have to just kind of tuck back in line and reset, but he's still got a few more chances as for the moment the lead's open back up from Jeffers to Argyros, and we're headed to 2 laps to go. So G3 is going to need another run, as that was a big run at the end of the backstretch for Patricio towards Weldon. It's allowed Leo Scorpioni to get further up the road. 2 laps to go this time. Battle for the lead, battle for 4th, and we're just trying to keep tabs on him. And really still, Ava Dobson has not let Anthony Martella go. That fight for 6th isn't over either.
No, it's not, and the interesting thing, this battle for that final podium spot, first to catch him is going to be Scorpioni. That same car that both Jeffers and Argyros had to work through is going to be affecting Scorpioni here before the end of this one.
Yeah, they've got to catch him at the right time, depending on it. If they get that lap car in the final section there, that twisty, very narrow 1-lane chicane, that could bottle them all up, and that would be the only thing, like you said, that might throw away Leonardo Scorpioni's chances at a podium, because he's done a phenomenal job to break away from the draft and lose the likes of Sebastian Weldon and Patricio Gonzalez. But once again, G3 Argyros, every time we think he's out of it, he's back in it, and he's into the lead out of turn number 9. Move the blue, white, and red JCD colored machine to the point down the backstretch with a lap and a half to go.
That was the classic, chucked it in there and made it pay. What a move. He doesn't want a podium. He wants more. Side by side as they get to turn 12, and the outside car almost always has to give. Jeffers tries to fight back, and Argyros covers it.
Yeah, G3 Argyros able to lead us to the white flag. Knocks a cone there coming up onto the high banks, but you do get normally 1 warning from race control. Might as well burn it on the final lap as we head down to turns 1 and 2. Here comes Jeffers, he's got a nose down low. He just got Argyros by surprise, and now Jack back to the lead in turn number 2.
I gotta tell you right now, I'm surprised. Why would Argyros leave that opening going into 1? He had that. All he had to do was defend a little bit. He had that covered, I would have thought, Xander.
Again, I don't know if he just didn't expect the slipstream to be that quick. You saw him start to make the move left. I don't know if it was more mirror driving or what, but it wasn't proactive enough. And now Jack Jeffers is looking at a perfect points run through every session so far in Homestead. Pole in qualifying, winner in round 4, race 1 earlier this morning. He's just got half a lap to go here. Really 2 major zones at this point. It could be a run to the line, or it could be that run on the end of the back straightaway when they get out of this hairpin. He's already covering low. That's going to allow G3 to set up for the crossover, but I don't think he's got the momentum. He's going to need to rely on the draft and maybe try and Superman it around the outside. Here we go down the backstretch, Greg.
Oh, incredibly close. They are side by side. Argyros, though, has to go to the outside, and that is going to make that a very difficult move to make. Now, hard on the brakes into 12, Xander.
Final time into the chicane, the right, left, hard up and over the curbing. Jeffers covering the inside. Argyros, not much he can do from here. Maybe a drag race to the line, but no, it'll be the Corpay exclusive Autosport 92 of Jack Jeffers, sweeping so far in Homestead. He wins round 5. Argyros second, and again, what a performance. Leonardo Scorpioni, something about the middle race of the race weekend seems to suit this kid. The Florida native ends up completing our podium in 3rd over Sebastian Weldon in 4th. Patricio Gonzalez rounds off your top 5 to Martella, Dobbs, and Timmy Carroll. rebounds. Remember, he had that big off on the opening lap, had to change the right rear tire. What a recovery for the number 8 of Timmy Carroll to go from the pole to the back to 8th again. And then Giovanni Cabrera and Enzo Tovo.
Did we have a caution in that one?
No, well, in the beginning, yes, on the opening lap.
Before Carroll had the issue.
Yeah.
So he did that under green flag conditions.
Yeah, he had to go
What
all
a
the way
drive.
from dead last on that restart, back up through the grid. Very impressive for Timmy Carroll to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Fast lap in the race, by my reckoning, goes to G3 Argueros. So a nice run for him. And again, a nice shout out to Diego Guillot, who got out of the way of those lead battles beautifully, let them race, and what a show they put on.
Yeah, hopefully some better luck for Diego Guillot. That's 2 for 2 on kind of rough runs here in Homestead.
Yeah.
But that wraps it for race number 2. It wraps up the Academy Winter Series action for Saturday, folks. But if, of course, you're headed back here tomorrow, it's a full day of racing for the Miami 500 here for FARA. And we've got another race. If you liked anything what you saw right here, hopefully we'll be able to put on another good show for our final race of the weekend and our mini championship.
How could you not like that? That was great stuff. Second race in a row that's been absolutely fascinating. I know you've got business to do. Thanks so much, Xander, for coming up. Great call. And looking forward to that third race tomorrow, man.
Definitely looking forward to it. We'll be down on the podium here soon.
All right, we'll hear from you there. Coming up next, Prototype GT FARA Race 2. We'll be coming at you here in just a minute, folks. group of 3 on the weekend. It was great stuff. And then we get to enjoy another 30-minute race for the FARA prototypes and GT cars that will be coming up in very short order as well. Just to give you an idea, keep you, if you're just arriving, we have this race, then we have our Pro Spec Miata qualifying race. That should be absolutely spectacular. And then we'll wrap up the actual competitive on-track activity with Formula FARA qualifying. And then after that, we will have a high-performance driving experience session out on track, but that is not in the ultra-competitive mode. So that's how this day is going to wind up here. Then, of course, we've got a very busy day tomorrow with lots of racing and lots of different categories. And then we end the day with a 2-hour enduro on top of it. And that's going to be great fun as well. So can't wait for all of this to play out here. It looks like the podium finishers for the Academy Winter Series are getting ready for that podium down there. And we'll send it down to them as soon as we get the high sign. Should be conducted by Xander. Guy knows this series, knows these cars, calls a pretty darn good race, doesn't he? And keep in mind, he's going back and forth from here and the go-kart track, as he's doing a lot over there as well. So he's if he's got a step meter, he's getting his steps in today. There's no question of that. You know, I got to tell you, I'm looking at the video here. Our camera guy is doing a nice job down there, panning around. Let's get down. Sounds like it's podium time. Xander?
All right, great to take it away back down here for the podiums, Greg. Let's go ahead and we'll work our way over to the top finishers that we have over here. So, well, they walked all around. Here's our race winner. Let's talk to you, Jack Jeffers. Jack, I'm sure you expected a bit of a fight working your way through the field. This invert race a lot better for you, but did you expect that kind of fight all the way down to the last lap?
No, I really didn't. You know, I know we've had good pace all weekend, so I was kind of expecting just to make my way through and hopefully drive away. But the J. Howard boys in G3 were fast, and they were able to keep up with me, and he put up a good fight.
Yeah, and now you've raced your way through the field. You've got all the maximum points possible. It's actually going to be a pretty close championship from what we can calculate for tomorrow. But more than that, I'm sure this has got to feel really good to have a weekend like this so far. Pole in qualifying, race 1, race 2. I mean, this is awesome.
Yeah, so far it's been a perfect weekend, and it's a big thank you to the exclusive Autosport boys, you know, giving me a race-winning car yet again, and I can't thank them enough for all their hard work. And, yeah, we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
All right, that's Jack Jeffers here, our race winner from race number 5 of the Academy Winter Series. He'll be starting on the pole with a perfect score for race number 3. And let's go from Jack over to our newest podium finisher, G3 Argyros in the Positive Energy JHCD car. G3, man, we talked to you at the end of qualifying at Sebring. It feels like a long time has passed since that, but the speed's always been there. You led laps, you fought for the win. Talk to me about the race.
It was absolutely great. We had okay pace in Sebring, really struggled a little bit, cleaned it up for race 2, and ended up coming up.
All right, folks, I'll tell you, what a podium. All right, what a podium that was. Those competitors, what a race they put on. How infectious a smile does G3 Argueros have? Talk about just lighting the place up. And I have to say, for someone of my experience, those competitors are despicably, disgusting, depressingly young. God, what a life they have in front of them here. How cool is that going to be? So, 2 of the 3 the Academy Winter Series races are in the books. Third one will be coming up tomorrow, right before our lunch break, right around 11:20. And there those top 3 are up on the podium. And can't wait to see how that race unfolds. But we have another big race coming up right now. It is race 2 for our FARA GT and prototype machines. And they are queuing up down there, getting ready to go. As always, even though there was a little bit of overlap here, we will be having a split start, prototypes in front of the GT cars. And Marco Sanchetti in that number 155, that really quick Revolution A1R, will start from the front. He will be joined, because he won. The starting lineup is basically the finishing lineup from the previous race now. Starting second, the winner in FP2, the number 166 is Giuseppe Castellano. Then the car who was second in FP2, that's the number 14 of Manny Sanchez. Then next up will be the 25, the white machine. That is one of those Pragas, will start in the 4th spot, and that is Martin Bruhat. Starting in the next spot should be the number 100. That's Malon Lewis, as he makes his move from GT3B as a champion in the Sprint and Enduro Series, moving right up into prototypes. Then we get our starting lineup in the GT cars, and that will be led to green by the number 19 of Chacron, who once again had a really, John, one of the sons, had a great race in that first race. And it's going to be fascinating to see how things play out here in race number 2. Then it'll be the number 17X of Philippe Rezik. I think that's technically the 47X of Philippe Rezik. And he did a great job in that KTM GT4 to win in GT2A. And the reason that David Tuati went missing is they had an overheating issue with that Porsche. That's why he pitted and dropped out of things. Starting next up will be Miguel Angel Marcana, who was second in GT1A in the number 129 Porsche GT3R. Then it'll be the number 87 of Marc Julien, winner in GT1B, will be next up in the starting lineup. Then it'll be the number 82, Alain Katz, who finished third in GT1A in that beautiful silver Mercedes, the number 82. Then starting 10th overall will be the 111. That's Michael Copper, who was second in GT1B. Michael driving that GT2 category KTM. It's called the GTX machine. Then it'll be the number 73 of Hacham Yosef, who finished third in GT1B in the that category as well. Then it will be the number 241 of Aiden Ramos, the 2019 Porsche. He will be starting. He was fourth in GT1A. He'll be starting 12th overall. Starting second in GT2A will be the number 60 Ginetta of Adolfo Rossi. Then up in the 14th spot will be the winner in GT2B, the number 84 of Manuel Gomez in the Palm Beach Tactical BMW. Then it'll be the driver starting 15th overall, third in GT2A, the 33 of Ronnie Parent, and that is in a Porsche Cayman. Then it'll be the car that finished fourth in GT2A, the 172 of James Hamann. Then it will be the number 132 of Sophia Basler as she steps up into GT1 in the GT1B category. She finished fourth in the class in that first race. Then starting in the 18th spot, the winner in GT3A, the 71 of Patricio Franulik. Then it will be the number 53 of Harry Young. GT1B finished 5th. Then the number 77 of Rick Tamarian, excuse me, who finished 2nd in GT3A. Then it'll be the 46 Jeanette of Neil Dimitri, who was 2nd in GT2B. Then the 11 of Zoltan Wallace in GT3A. Then it'll be the number 83, who was 3rd in GT2B. That's Jonathan Guerin. Then from dead last on the field up into 4th in GT3A, starting 24th. That was a heck of a drive by the number 59 of Matthew Paulino in his BMW M3. Then starting the 25th spot, your winner in the Honda Wars, that was the 89 of Luis Canaute. He will be up. Then it will be the number 338, Mike Grenobles, in the Honda S2000, who won in GT3B. 2nd in GT3B will start next. That's the number 5 of Tommaso Balfon, and he drives a Honda Civic. Then we will have the winner in GT4A, the number 1 of Isabella Abro in her Mazda. Another Mazda will be starting right back there as well. Winner in the GT4B category, the number 08 of Luis Milares. Then we are going to have the number 6 of Wilbur Perez, finished 2nd in Honda Wars, will be starting in the 30th spot. Then the number 47 of Justin Levine, 4th in GT2B. Then Ernesto Rafael Garcia, who 718 in the Honda Civic in the Honda Wars entry. He finished 3rd after starting on pole. Then we will have the 78 of Carlos Garcia, who finished 5th in GT2B. The 69 of Mike Leo, who finished 2nd in GT4B. Then David Tuati will be starting way back in the field, but watch for him to come through with the speed he has in that championship-winning GT1A number 68 TLM entry. I don't think Aaron Weiss in that Praga that caught fire out there is going to be able to take the start. Then it'll be the 66 of David Lira, who finished 6th in GT2B. Then the 177, that beautiful Lamborghini Super Trofeo, red and white machine of Alex Lima, who was battling for the podium before he had an issue and ended up finishing way back. Then the 88 of Luigi Faro, who was 2nd in GT4A, Luigi driving a Mazda Miata. And then we had 2 entries that never completed a lap, the 29 of Ray de las Casas and the 100 of Milan Lewis. So we'll have to see whether they are going to be able to pick up the green as well and see how that plays out. So field starting to form up. Our prototype cars. Oh boy, we've had something happen here. We've got a black flag. Black flag has come out. I'm not sure what has precipitated this. I had my eyes down looking at the starting lineup, and it looked like some of the cars stayed up on the banking and some went down onto the infield. To be honest, folks, I'm not getting my scoring right now, so I'm not sure if the clock has actually started. So we're going to see what happened here and work this little issue. All right, I do see a couple of safety vehicles out on the track. So maybe on that pace lap, there was somebody discovered some debris or something happened. Not seeing any race car under tow or anything along the line like that, but it's not to say that there couldn't have been a piece of debris that had come off some sort of an issue out there. Now the picture becomes a little bit clearer as we see some fluid cleanup going on down in what is often referred to as the bowl here. That's turn 4. And it looks like they're exploring from turn exit at 2 almost all the way around. And now I could see them doing some scrubbing all the way out of the exit of 5. I don't know how far that's going to have to go, but obviously, folks, we want to see race cars on track, but if that is some sort of oil, gear lube, anything that is very slick, there's just no way you could send race cars out and have them run through that. So that's what our little bit of a delay is here. And if you're not real familiar with how oil cleanup or fluid cleanup is done, they literally put down, it's a super absorbent powder. It's often called kitty litter, but it's super absorbent powder. And they put it down, then they grind it literally under some weight into the spill. And in doing so, it compresses it and then releases. And as it releases, it sucks that fluid up into that powder, and then they scrub it off or blow it off of the track. So that's how it works. It's very effective. Unfortunately, it is mildly time consuming, but it is the best way to do it and ensure some safety. And looks like they are exploring it all the way down into the turn 6 area. Well, why don't I take this moment and say a big thank you to some of the great sponsors that make this championship possible. Fixie Wheels, absolutely. They did the trophies for the 2023 celebration that happened last night. They were gorgeous. Garage Living, a great sponsor of this. Hankook, of course, the official tire of the FARA Championships. Headquarter Mazda, big supporter as well. Mazda Motorsports, a big supporter, of course, with the Pro Spec Miata series. Mission Foods, just a great partner and supporter of racing in general. Pilsen, Sergio's Printing. It was, in fact, oil on track, apparently. Well, folks, when we go back to green, you're going to see there will be a few cars that will not be taking the start. Unfortunately, there is a very strict rule exactly for this type of scenario when you've got problems on the track that you are instructed always, you follow when the safety car's lights are on. If that, wherever that safety car goes, you follow. And a number of cars actually, when the safety car made the move down into the infield and into the pits, a few cars stayed up on the banking, and even a couple of them accelerated coming to the line while black flags were being waved vigorously. And unfortunately, it's going to be Jose Chacron in that Corvette will not be taking the start. Teddy Alvarado in this Zativa Wolf, in the number 29, will not be taking the start. The 47X of Philippe Rezic will not be taking the start. Your overall race winner from that first race, Mark Teddy, will not be taking the start. And the number 166, unfortunately, will not be starting either. So that's Giuseppe Castellano, who, of course, won FP2. So that is a huge issue here. And nobody likes to see harsh penalties like that put out. But when it comes down to safety, there really is no room for error here. And that is explained in the rule book very clearly and in drivers' meetings. So it's unfortunate, but that is just how it goes, unfortunately. So we got a bit more of this cleanup unfolding here right now. You still see the big debris line down into the bowl, right, as you would start. Fortunately, it's just off the fast line you would take into a 4. You would cross it a little bit, but you wouldn't have a tire on it all the way through 4. But that is a big scrub that's going on right now. All right, folks, while we continue to wait for this cleanup, although it looks like it's getting close to being done, looks like, yep, the vehicles are making their way down in to the staging areas, and that's a good sign. I mean, the safety vehicles and the cleaning vehicles. So we're going to be getting this one going here in short order. This race will be definitely abbreviated as a result of this, and we're going to we're still going to run the Pro Spec Miata qualifying race for sure, and Formula FARA, they will be out qualifying as well, but that session will be as soon as we get 20 minutes of green flag race qualifying in that session, that will be drawn to a close as well. Just to give you an idea of what's going to unfold tomorrow, we're going to have a couple of HPDE sessions first thing off in the morning, but at 9 o'clock we will have our first race for the Formula FARA series, which will be qualifying here in just a little bit. Then we will have the race itself for Pro Spec Miata, and that will be coming up at about 9:35. Then we're going to have a couple of the HPDE sessions. Then we'll have our third and final Winter Series race that will lead us into the lunch break. After lunch, we will have our grid walk and our third sprint race for the FARA GT and prototypes. Then a couple more HPDE sessions. Then our Formula FARA race 2. Then one more HPDE session, and then we will have the first 30 minutes of a 2-hour enduro. Will be including our sprint race 4 competitors, and then the remaining 90 minutes will be for all of the people that entered the enduro, and we'll be racing for that. So that's what our schedule is going to look like tomorrow, and we have a pace car and a field underway here for the start of the second race for FARA GT and prototype machines. There you can see just that faint little hint of white right about where the pace car is now, and you can see right there, that is where that oil dry was laid down. Really nice. You can see that part of the track. Right here is where they call it the bowl. It's somewhat bowl-shaped. There's a little banking there, and as when we were talking during the Winter Series race with Xander, we talked about how, you know, because of the banking, you think you can really chuck it in there and turn in early, and then you suddenly get spit out and you're way off line at the exit. So you got to be patient through both turns 2 or turns 3 and the setup for 4 to get out of 5 right. This is turn 6, and one of the good overtaking areas here. You can see nice wide track, lots of runoff. And then here's where you exit 6 and you just start feeding throttle in most of these cars. They're going to stick, and you just drop the hammer and come out of this. And that means by the time you get down into the braking zone for turn 8, you've got a big head of steam built up, and you are really getting after it. It's one of the best overtaking areas on the track. Here is turn 8. You can see how tight it is at turn in. Then it opens up another increasing radius corner, and it's really easy to overcharge the entry here, especially if you're trying to make some sort of a move to get in too hot, and then you're going to be slow out of it. If you float wide, turn in too early, run wide, or over brake and over slow yourself. So it's a real balancing act through turn 8. Once you're out of it, you are on the throttle hard once again. As you get back up onto the speedway section of the track, or that run down toward turn 10. And turn 10 is literally, it really almost doesn't exist as a corner. It's that first little bend you make as you come off of the banking or off of the speedway, and then it gets really snug into turn 11. It tightens up, still a very quick corner, but it'll catch you by surprise. And then you see 12 here in the background, 13 and 14, but for these starts, they just continue around Speedway 3 and 4 as the pace car makes its way in. And field not particularly lined up here very well, but we're green nonetheless. And it is the number 25 getting the jump here. And that is Martin Bruhat. And he is going to lead. Immediately opens it up just a little bit here. And that beautiful white Praga. Then we have the number 129, which will be our leader in GT1A at this point, the Miguel Angel Marcano Porsche. The guy to keep an eye on here. Oh, somebody going very slowly out of that last turn. That was, look, one of our prototypes, I think. Not sure which car that was. Could have been the Radical. But keep an eye on that brilliant orange and blue nose car of David Tuati. He's going to be coming up to this field like a demon possessed here. Keep an eye on him, looking for him in the background here. Wow, look at that. He has already worked his way from near dead last in the field. I bet he's easily up into the top 10 as they come by right now. See where he's, how about 6th? That is a stunning opening lap from David Tuati, considering where he started in this one. Yes, there were a few cars in front of him that got disqualified and weren't able to take the start, but still, that means he probably would have started 30th and is up to 6th. That's just absolutely stunning, and he's going for more as he comes out of turn number 5, and watch him now in this big run down into 6th. There's a car with the headlights on, and he just swept around the outside of that car, and I think that's one of the KTMs, so that's going to move him now. That's around Michael Copper. That should have David Tuati now up into the 5th spot as we see Bruhat leading out of that turn. Then it's Marcano, then Mark Julian and Aiden Ramos, and here comes David Tuati. And we've got a Janetta down into the pits, and that looks to be, oh boy, that is one of the front runners in this championship. I think that's the number 60 of Adolfo Rossi. Yep. He was second in GT2A in that first race, so problems early for him. And here comes Tuati in that brilliant orange car. And as the field comes steaming through, he is up into 5th. And how about this? Martin Bruhat in the prototype just ran a 127.7. Everybody else, Marcano, Julian, Ramos in the 132s, Tuati at 129.2. He is flying, folks. And sits second right now, and third in GT1A. And is certainly showing the pace. He's going to be glomming onto the back of Aiden Ramos in pretty short order. And I think Ramos got memo because he's attacking on Julian. Julian's trying to close up on Marcano. As Bruhat quite simply is gone right now up front. All right. Marcano, the black Porsche with the white stripes at the back. Then Mark Julian in the all-white Porsche heading into turn 11. Then the multi-hued Porsche of Aiden Ramos. And then Tuati. And he can cover those 4 now with proverbial blanket. Here we go. Hard acceleration out of 14 through this transition at 15. Tuati dives to the inside. Aggressive move, he's through. Heads down into turn 1. Tuati now up into 4th, second in GT1A. And has Adan Ramos in his sights. He's inside, but on the wrong part of the track. Looks like he's, I thought he was going to try and just ramp the outside through the bowl, decide a little bit better of that. Now, let's see, does he do the late braking move down into turn number 6? He does. And he is through on Ramos. There he is, that brilliant orange machine, only has Miguel Angel Marcano in front of him. That will be a battle for the lead in GT1A. Bruhat, of course, in that prototype is well down the road. And here he comes, didn't take much time. Down to the inside goes Tuati into turn 8. We have a new leader in GT1A. And that got Marcano a little offline, and Aiden Ramos is trying to go side by side and got through. Nice move by Adan Ramos, and he has picked up third in GT1A right now. Julian, not in that class, he's in GT1B, so he will continue to lead that class in front of Michael Copper in that number 111, that GT2 class KTM. Leading in GT2A right now, Ronnie Parent, the number 33 in his Porsche Cayman. GT1B, third in GT1B right now is the number 53 of Gary Young. And after a problem in the first race, Milan Lewis in FP2 has gone to the top of that class. He's had some help by a couple of other competitors who did not obey the rules and paid the price for that, unfortunately. But nonetheless, doing a really nice job as he snuck around on Ronnie Parent. Second in GT2A right now, continues to run James Hamann in the Aston Martin, the number 172. GT2B, your leader right now, is the 84 of Manuel Gomez in that the BMW M2 right now. Sophia Basler in the 132 and Hakim Yosef in the 173 are having a good scrap right now. For fourth in GT1B. Oh boy, Tuati, whoa, just a clinic in traffic right now, working his way through. Just incredible what Tuati is doing right now. Running so much quicker than anybody else and just scything his way through traffic at this stage. Good battle in Honda Wars right now as well. The red number, we got two, oh, and a dive bomb move, beautiful execution by the 6 of Wilbur Perez. I think he just got through on your leader, Luis Canaate, and has picked up the lead in Honda Wars. They've got some other traffic coming through. That was a beautiful move. The 718 of Ernesto Roca Rafael Garcia back a little bit in the queue. Important announcement for all Pro Spec Miata competitors. Important announcement, all Pro Spec Miata competitors. They would like you, Race Control would like you to grid now on pit lane. Race Control would like you to grid now on pit lane. Trying to make up a little bit of time here. Milan Lewis leading. In FP2 right now, Tuati leading in GT1A. Luis Millar is going for another win here in the GT4B category. He's got a nice margin built up over the 69 of Mike Leo. Ronnie Parent leading in GT2A, the 33 over the 172 of Haman. And then Adolfo Rossi, who pitted, he's back out, but he's down a long way right now. GT1B, it's Mark Julien leading over in the Porsche over the 111, the GT2 KTM. And then the number 53 of Gary Young. Hachim Yosef and Sophia Baszler continue a great battle for the 4th spot. GT2B, Manuel Gomez leading in the number 84 over the 47 BMW of Justin Levine. And then the 78 of Carlos Garcia in the BMW. That's your top 3 in that category right now. In GT3A, Patricio Franulik leading over Rick Tamarian, and the 11 of Zoltan Wallace. Matthew Paulino sits in the 4th spot. And remember, he came from no time at all into a good competitive run in that first race, and he is right now running almost a half a second a lap quicker than the guys in front of him at this stage. Here's that number 47, the BMW we were talking about of Justin Levine. Having a really good go right now. Patricio Franulik, that silver BMW 318. Having a really good run going. 777 of Rick Tamarian. Back just a little bit. And there's Matthew Paulino, who is hustling. Here's Milan Lewis leading in FP2. Tell you what, Luis Hanaute doing an incredible job out there. Had one of the BMWs go by him down into turn number 1 and promptly outbrake that guy into turn 2 in that Honda Wars car, and has pulled right in front of the BMW again. Now the BMW's got a head of steam and a lot more grunt, and Hanaute wisely just sort of parks him on the outside. Says, if you're going to get by me, you're going to have to go the long way around right now. It's Tuati comfortably leading in GT1A now in that number 68 over Adan Ramos. And Mark Julien has taken his GT1B Porsche around Miguel Angel Marcano. And then Milan Lewis sitting there in that number 100. That's the Ligier JS53, JS53 chassis. White flag is out. We are on our final lap. Checker has just flown as Bruhat had such a big lead on the field, and he has put this one under his belt. What an absolutely great drive. You know, sometimes you got to take opportunity when competitors run afoul of regs and the like, and you've got to pounce, and he did exactly that. Just a great drive. And speaking of great drives, might be talking about David Tuati's drive for a while here. for our reckoning, about 30th to 6th in the first lap, and then a spot each lap after that, and then a pretty dominant win here. And a second overall. Yeah, really good point here. So an absolutely superb run. And a nice job by Milan Lewis as he steps up from the GT cars into a prototype. And Alex Lima, remember the Lamborghini? Problems in that first race, finished way back, works his way up into third. I want to make sure I got this right. Oh, second in, wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, into fourth in GT1A, but 11th overall. And he was actually starting farther back than Tuati, so he too putting in an absolutely sterling drive. The rest of the car is picking up the checker flag here. So Martin Bruhat getting the overall win and in FP1. In FP2, the win goes to Milan Lewis. In GT1A, it's David Tuati. In the 68, 241, Aden Ramos. And the 129, Miguel Angel Marcano. Porsche's all. That is your top three with a really fast Alex Lima in fourth. Elan Katz, who was driving that 82 Mercedes. He was the one who had the issue on the pace lap and had some oil down on the track. In GT 1B, Mark Julian in the Porsche getting the win. The number 87 over the 111 of Michael Copper in the KTM. Then the 53 of Gary Young. And I believe Gary, he might be driving that. There's a lone Ferrari out there, and I think that might be Gary behind the wheel of that car. And then Hakim Yosef and Sophia Basler, the 73 and the 132, having a good little scrap as well out there. Moving to GT2A, Ronnie Parent and the number 33, the BMW, excuse me, the Porsche Cayman. I keep getting that wrong, Ronnie. Sorry about that. Over the 172 Aston Martin of James Haman and Adolfo Rossi, who of course had that early pit stop and was well down the order, but still brings it home with a podium. In GT2B, it's Manuel Gomez in the number 84 BMW M2 getting the win over the BMW, the 47 of Justin Levine, over the 78 BMW, the Z4 of Carlos Garcia, and then the number 83 of Justin Guerin in his M2, and then rounding out the top five, the number 46, that is the other Ginetta in the field, runs in the top five right there in GT3A, Patricio Frenulik getting another win in the 71 over the 77 of Rick Tamarian, then the number 11 of Zoltan Wallace, and then Matthew Paulino in the number 59, another stout drive coming up through the pack. GT3B, Mike Grenobles in the number 338 Honda S2000. Always been one of the prettiest cars on the road, in my opinion. I love them. And over the number 5, Tommaso Bolfon in his Honda Civic. In GT4, it was Isabella Abreu in the number 1 over the 88 of Luigi Faro. And then we take a look at GT4B, the number 8, Mazda Miata of Luis Milares over the number 69 of Mike Leo, another of the Mazdas. And then in the Honda Wars, it was the 89 of Luis Canajote as he brings that number 89 home with a win, his Honda Civic, over the number 718 of Ernesto Roca in his Honda Civic. And the number 6 of Wilbur Perez ends up in the third spot. So that is the final result here of race number 2 for the FARA prototypes. And we're very quickly going to turn things around here for our Pro Spec Miata qualifying race. Todd Burris in that second qualifying session, that bright orange number 56, set the quick time in that session, which ended up being the fastest time of either session. So he will start on the pole position. Looks like 198 of Max Schweid. will be next up. Then the 74 of Rob Bailey will start third. And the number 48 of Frankie Barrasso, the white entry, will start fourth. I wonder, is that Nico Fundrini? Should be next up. He should start sixth. And we're waiting for another car. Then it'll be the number 12 of Ventos, Marcos Vento. Then the 58 of Nardo Abend. I think the car we may be waiting for is the 32 of Ducek. All right, and we just got word, folks. Special guest in the house, newly minted 11-year-old, a huge racing and soccer fan. Nathan is in the house, and we got to wish you a big happy birthday on this birthday weekend, buddy. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being a part of this, and I guess you're the lead into the Prospect Miata qualifying race, bud. So, top of the heap, pole. Well done, and great to have you here. Hope you're having a blast, my friend. Oh, we have 14 Prospect Miatas ready to go. And Todd Burris will lead the field away. That orange number 56, blue and black number 198 of Max Schweid, the 74 of Rob Bailey, the 48 of Frankie Barrasso, the number 1, and indeed, Nico Fundrini. Then the 12 of Vento, the 58 of Bernardo Abend. Then I believe it should be the 32 of Wes Ducek. Isabella Abreu in the number 60, the 97 of Frank Ganalante, and Erica Wagner. Wes Ducek will start in the 11th spot. This is scheduled to go 30 minutes. And remember, these cars will not be using the infield section on the eastern side of the track. They will not dip down off of the speedway at turn 10 and work that serpentine infield. They will stay up on the speedway turns 3 and 4. And believe me, with these cars, that will give them some massive drafting. It will be awesome. Just watching the qualifying sessions to establish this grid for the qualifying race, I thought they were pretty fascinating to watch all the strategy play out. People thought, all right, who's going to be my best partner? Who wants to play ball here? Who wants to be a bit of a nudge? And now we're going to find out, because this is an important race and you get some points for it. But of course, the big payoff is the race tomorrow. All right, look at the field here working its way. That's that tricky turn 8. Tricky and crucial turn 8 up through turn 9. They'll start to pair up here. Once again, as all of our race starts do here. They'll stay up on that banking, but these guys will stay out there for the entirety of the race, guys and gals. And a nice job here. Todd Burris, hugely experienced here in these type of races, letting that pace car build a little bit of a gap so it's got plenty of room to duck down as it does now into the apron and the entrance to pit lane. So here we go. Burris, Schweid, your front row, coming to the line, watching the starter. We're green! Burris getting a nice jump and getting a nice push as well from Rob Bailey down to the inside. Schweid going to try and go around the outside of Bailey. Oh, that's going to be tough to do. Can he make it work? He did, but now he's got the outside again for turn 3. If he can keep Bailey pinned, he'll be in a great spot here. And does. Nice job by Rob Bailey. He's going to get down underneath Burris. They're side by side coming out of turn 5. Rob Bailey, an absolutely superb start, now drifts over and gets right up behind Burris. And Schweid, having none of that, forced his way right back in. And a really deep move down to the inside. And I think that may be Bailey now into the lead. Burris giving way here. Yeah, that actually might be Schweid now that got that nice move down into 6. Oh, big brake lockup. Hoot scooted wide. Looks like it may have been Max Schweid. And that looks to be Bailey now has come through. Nico Fundrini, I think, getting a nice drive up underneath, maybe picking up that 3rd spot here. Schweid may have dropped all the way to 4th. Marco Vento down to the inside on top of it. And Frankie Barrasso right in that mix. Look at this pack, folks, running for 3rd right now. Top 2 unto themselves. And it is Burris, Rob Bailey, Schweid 3rd, Barrasso 4th, Enrique Tamayo 5th, and Marcos Vento in 6th. Oh, and our leader, Burris, running wide at the exit of 2. And that, as you can see, the big plume of dust, those right side tires in the junk. And that is going to allow both, looks like Bailey and Schweid back through. And here comes Barrasso up to the inside. It's going to be really key here for Burris to stay put and keep that inside line. If he doesn't want to drop out of the top 3, Barrasso's going to try and force the issue around the outside. Sometimes if you can stay around the outside enough, you can pin the guy with the better line and tighten his radius up, which means he'll actually be a little slower through that corner. And that looks like what Barrasso did absolutely to perfection. And Vento now coming after Tamayo behind them. Here we go, out of turn 8, through 9, up onto the banking, and right now our lead duo of Schweid and Bailey have a little bit of breathing room. Barrasso able to hang on, but Burris now going to tuck right in behind. And Vento continues to work on Tamayo for that 5th spot, or excuse me, that's Fundrini. Now has worked his way after dropping back up into the 5th spot, then Vento, then Tamayo. And then it looks like Wes Ducek up into 7th having a good run, but here we go. Bailey clear of Schweid by a piece of paper. Same story, Barrasso clear of Burris. I'm not sure you can get a piece of paper now between those two. Oh, it's side by side into turn number 2 here. And that's, I think that's Vento, did slide through. Yeah, he did. Oh, almost a touch there between Nico Fundrini and Tamayo. And that allows Vento to get a little bit clear. And that, all right, now here's the mystery car. Didn't run in either of the practices, but is running really well from dead last on the field. That's the 96 of Stuart McLear. That is that car that now sits in that 7th spot. The lead group of 4 has started to break away a little bit. Vento is kind of a lonely 5th right now in that baby blue car. Then behind him, the battle between Tamayo and Mac down into turn 8. Here they come. There's that lead group of 4, then Vento. And I think Tamayo just hanging on here. Now this long run back onto the banking. And it is right now Barrasso with a little shove from Burris going high, trying to come around Bailey and Schweid. They've got a nice head of steam built up. Barrasso noses ahead at the line with Bailey in 2nd, Burris in 3rd. Oh, so close with both Barrasso and Burris clear Bailey and Schweid. And I thought for a minute that we might see a little touch just because of where Burris was, and Bailey gave him just enough room to avoid contact. It's a smart move because you might send the other guy spinning, but you might break a corner on your car, and still plenty of this race yet to go. But right from the drop, this is absolutely furious stuff, as you would expect. Then it's Vento, then McAleer, and that's the car with that, I believe, with the yellow roof out there. Ooh, Vento running a little wide out of 6. Doesn't look like it cost him any real momentum here. Then McAleer. And Nico Fondrini, he never made the start. Now remember, he had that problem in that previous session that ended up into the runoff down at 6, and apparently it was terminal, at least in terms of being able to get out for this race. So it's McAleer and Tamayo battling behind right now for that 6th spot. And again, Barrasso now leading with Burris on his bumper through Speedway 3, now into 4. Schweid has dropped off just a little bit from Bailey, who has dropped off just a little bit from this lead to. Now Schweid drops to the inside. He wants to come through, and he clears Bailey. Oh, and I thought for a minute we might have him 3 abreast as Tamayo had a hankering to make it 3 abreast here behind McAleer, as they both were able to scoot through on Vento on that lap. And then behind Vento now in that 7th spot, a little lonely, is the number 32 of Wes Ducek. And then in the 9th spot is Bernardo Abend in that gray number 58. We got 14 cars entered here, and half of them are in the battle for the lead right now. That's not bad. That's what makes pro Spec Miata racing in general, and certainly pro Spec Miata racing, so fascinating here. Again, very much momentum cars. These Miatas, they do not have a lot of grunt in the engine department, but they are some of the best handling cars going. And so they are massive momentum cars. You want to roll speed everywhere. And Burris losing touch a little bit with Barrasso, and that has allowed that blue duo of Schweid and Bailey up on his shoulder, and Barrasso running by himself. They are going to push their way around Barrasso. Now Burris gets to the back of Barrasso's bumper, gives him that little bit of a tap, and we have the 2 pairs once again working their way through here. But that outside line looks to be a little bit quicker if you execute it right. But look at Barrasso. He does not want to give Bailey that line. He's diving down to the inside. Barrasso thinking about going by Schweid. He's deep on the brake. Schweid shuts the door in 2. Comes across. Barrasso has to check up. And Bailey stays on his left shoulder. And that little bit of exchange has allowed McAleer right into this. That whole group now is right there. It's now finally Barrasso able to sort of claim 2nd spot a little bit here. Bailey in 3rd, Burris in the orange car up on the outside. I don't think he's going to be able to pull that pin move. I don't think he's close enough. No, and that's going to let Bailey go, and it's going to let McAleer slide through as well. Looked like Vento dropping those lefts again. Big plume of dust at the exit of 6. And you can see that little bit of momentum loss. And Tamayo right now. Putting some serious pressure on. This is just fascinating stuff here. And right now, boy, did Bailey get a run. He got a double draft as Burris has dropped behind McLear at the 20 minutes to go. Here they come, covered, but wow, look at this. Bailey pops high. I think he thought Barrasso was going to try and dive underneath Schweid and wanted to be there to take advantage. And at the last minute, Barrasso said, yeah, not quite far enough along. Checked up just a little bit. So our lead, what would it be? Septuplet, that's 7, or is that 6? Septuplet up front right now. This is just great stuff. It's still Schweid leading. Of course, Max running for 3P Logistics. I've said it before, 3P Logistics, one of the presenting sponsors of the Full Send Sims Esports iRacing Spec Miata Series. And Max a regular competitor in that. Oh, and a nice run here by Bailey. Barrasso. Bailey was able to pinch Barrasso a little bit. Coming out of 7. Barrasso, that tightened the exit up. Barrasso not only losing the spot to Bailey, but I think McLear may have gone through. McLear almost going for the lead. He almost got up alongside Schweid as they got into 8 and now through 9. But now that little loss of momentum as he got pinched cost him. And Bailey coming up. And Bailey, it looked like for an instant thought he was going to duck underneath Schweid, but then decided to give him the old chrome horn. Gave him that little bit of a bump, and it's broken them both free now. Watching this through the banking here, look this. Is that lead duo, the next pair, then the trio at the back. Vento going with DeMaio right now. Oh, big lockup. That looked like it was McLear, and that cost him dearly. He went from 5th to 7th just that fast. Matt Schweid somehow was found about 4 car lengths. That's about as big of a margin we've seen the leader have by himself in this one here as they head down into 6. And that's gone. That's now down to a car length and a half just that fast. You know, this is one of those strategy, boys. Where do you want to be starting the last lap? Do you want to be leading? Do you want to be second? Do you want to be third because of the double O potential, especially if you have some help pushing you? We got 1 vote for third up here. Oh, copycat. 2 votes for third. And I got to tell you, that would be my vote too. That's where I'd want to be. But you got to be a little closer than where third is right now. That's the bigger thing. Third works if you've got a partner behind you and you're a little closer than right now that white car Barrasso is to that duo up front. And they have been working together brilliantly. Max Schweid and Bailey, both with 3B Logistics, so they are team cars. Oh, and I think that McAleer, that lockup, I think he has a flat spot. Because every time he gets on the brakes now going into turn 2, I see a little puff of smoke. And one, that really degrades your ability to brake late. Because that tire, if it's got that flat spot, it's always going to hunt for it. So it degrades your ability to brake late. And it also sends a vibration through the car that you're less concerned about than the effect on the braking, but it's not comforting. And again, Schweid Finds that little bit of breathing room. Vento attacking right now on Tamayo. Ooh, we've got some traffic coming up as well. I think that might be the number 69 of Mike Leo, maybe the 00 of Erica Wagner that they're going to be catching here as we have 7 minutes to go. They are coming out in a huge head of steam. Fortunately, I think that's Erica Wagner. She's doing a nice job staying high and letting these lead group go through. But now we've had a breakaway, haven't we? We've got our two-car battles for the win and for third. And then Tamayo in the 110 has dropped off just a little bit. And Vento behind him, McAleer behind him, and they've lost touch with that group up front. And oh, they get Erica doing everything she could not to hold them up, but she can't just hit the disappear button. And look at Barrasso working the outside, but now is he going to be able to maintain it? As it's Bailey has gone to the front. Barrasso's there. Here comes the orange, number 56, a pole sitter, Todd Burris. And right now for Schweid, he wants to stay inside and he can't. So he does the next best thing, just comes back in. So they don't find themselves side by side at a slow apex, because that will know your momentum in a heartbeat. All right, working their way into turn 8. Oh, and a wide run there by Barrasso. He got in too hot, couldn't get it to the apex. Unless he was trying to do an over-under, and Burris having none of that and just parked Barrasso. And Burris just now, it wasn't that long ago, he was 4th, now he's 2nd. Barrasso working with him. And I think that's how this is going to play out. It's going to be Burris and Barrasso, and then Bailey and Schweid, although this time now Schweid going with that trio up top. In a minute he does that, you can see the amount of steam that builds for them. And it drives those top 3 now clear by a few car lengths over Bailey. That's how effective the draft is. We have 4 minutes to go, and they're lapping right now at 140, so this lap and probably 2 more. You know, just not giving it up. McAleer, Vento, Tamayo all staying within about 6-7 car lengths here. Those guys start scrapping at the front. Could be back into it. And it looks like McAleer now has figured a workaround for that flat spotted tire. Sometimes what you have to do is you just have to brake a little lighter, a little sooner and a little lighter. And sometimes you'll find that allows you'll actually get more roll speed to a corner. All right, oh, I got it wrong. Looks like a white flag in hand, and that's all based on scoring. They determine when the timed event is going to score. Oh, Burris this time runs a little wide, and here we go. Barrasso down to the inside, and it looks like it is going to be Schweid going with Barrasso, and so does Bailey. And suddenly, Todd Burris sits in the 4th spot. And now Bailey goes with Schweid. And again, remember, they're both 3P Logistics cars. And so they're trying to work together, and they do. That push drives them both by Barrasso. Here comes Burris, and look at that. Great team play right there. Barrasso sensed that happening. Lifted just to so, and Burris locks up straight off the outside of 2. Man, he was in the catbird seat as he made that pass and just got in a little too hot because he had Barrasso lifted to give Burris that run so they wouldn't slow each other down so they could work together. Now Barrasso finds himself absolutely on his own against the 3P Logistics duo up front. Vento trying an outside move around. Oh man, he might pull this off around McAleer. That was brave. He's got to have the inside into turn number 8. And I think Barrasso right now, unless he gets some sort of massive toe, he's there though. So who's he going to go with? Bailey down to the inside of Schweid now, out of 9. Last time heading toward the banking in Speedway 3 and 4. Vento did make that move stick and went all the way from 7th to 4th. But look at this. Barrasso behind Schweid, Bailey dropping low. They're going 3 abreast now on the banking. It's just an absolute drag race now. Schweid ducks in behind Bailey, the 2 teammates working together. That's going to do it. And it'll be Bailey over Schweid, Barrasso right there, Vento. McAleer just pipping Tamayo for the final spot in the top 5. Wow. What a race-long duel that was, really with 7 cars. Near the end, you had the feeling it was going to be down to the 4 cars. And then Burris, of course, overshooting. And for Burris, I'm sure he's just gutted. Because when he made that pass in the way Barrasso, I saw his brake lights flash when they needn't. And that told me he was letting him through so he could tuck in behind and those 2 could go after it. And suddenly Barrasso was on his own. But he sure made it interesting in that last lap. And it wasn't until we got clear of the exit of Speedway 4 that we had a sense that those 2 3P logistics cars were going to be working together and make it happen. So what do you think of Pro Spec Miata here, folks? That is just fabulous racing. You know, while we have time on this cool-down lap, there's one group out here I haven't acknowledged today. I've talked a little bit about the crews and how they are the unsung heroes of the sport for sure. But how about our volunteers? In all the specialties, most of them come from the Sports Car Club of America, the flaggers, the corner marshals, the course workers, however you want to put it, the corner workers out there, out in harm's way, providing information to the racers via flags, being the eyes and ears of race control as well. Just doing a great job out in the elements all day long. At least today was a nice, pleasant day. But a huge thank you to them. But you've also got registration, you've got grid, you've got pit, you've got all of the paddock techs, all of this, and of course you've got timing and scoring and all of these folks as well. So a massive thank you to them. And how about a shout out to Rob Bailey, Max Schweid, and Frankie Barrasso, your podium. The podium staging area. I can see Todd Burris there climbing out of that beautiful orange number 56. He looks over at Frankie and goes, "Sorry, my brother. Sorry about that." Oh, man. Just a little bit too much speed down into turn 2. But some great racing. And how about that drive from dead last in the field to at one point up into at least 4th for Stuart McAleer. That was some pretty good stuff. And you can see there, getting ready for our podium here. Well, I'll tell you what, those two 3P Logistics teammates played that. Look at Max out of the car and just leans against it. This was a 30-minute race, but these guys, especially on a tight technical track like this, you work your hiney off. There's no other way to put it here. In an absolutely enthralling race. Max, I don't know if you can hear me here, but it's been fun calling you in Full Send Sims Esports. It's a treat to call you for real here. Yeah, buddy. Nicely done. And you and Rob, what a show you put on out there. And our Formula FARA car is going out for their qualifying session right now. And we'll keep an eye on that, certainly, here. Just waiting for the podium to get underway. And like I said, I'll keep an eye on what's going on here in the Formula FARA qualifying session. This is important as it's going to set the grid for the races tomorrow. All right, it is time for our podium. Let's get down to David Tuate.
What's up, people? Gotta wait till those formulas come by. We're having a fantastic race with the Spec Miatas. Right now, we're gonna call the podium. There's a delay. Somebody's got to tell the Formula cars to be quiet. But this was a great Spec Miata race. That is very freaky. It's like I'm living in the past. Deja vu, like I just said that. That one? Yeah. All right, guys, this is the qualifying race. We got some prizes to give away. In third place, again on a FARA podium, Frankie Barroso. In second place, driving car number 198, Max Schweed. And in first place, driving car number 74, Rob Bailey. Now this is just a qualifying race. Tomorrow, these guys are going for right around $10,000 of prize money. Who wants to see that? Put them up, boys. Put them up. This sets the grid for tomorrow's race. But these three guys are going to get contingency money from Mazda Motorsports and points towards the championship. So let's give these guys a big round of applause. Your top three qualifiers for tomorrow's money race. Thank you, guys. Good job, pole sitter. Good job. Thank you. Very nice.
All right, wrapping the podium up, and now time for us to get back and call what's happening on the track. This is qualifying for our Formula FARA. Again, making its return to the FARA paddock after a little bit of an absence under the new ownership. They wanted to bring it back and provide this marvelous opportunity in these very fast F4 category cars. It's the Ligier F4 chassis.
Pro Spec Miata, brought to you by who? Mission Foods, baby.
All right, this session now, again, qualifying for Formula FAR, as I said, making its return to the paddock under the new ownership here and using the one generation down Ligier F4 chassis with the 1.6-liter Honda engine. A very reasonable in terms of racing. Everything in racing is pricey, let's just be honest. But a very reasonable amount of expenditure to make that big step from go-karts into race cars, or from non-aero race cars like a Formula V, a Formula Ford, Formula F, up into these types of cars. And it's absolutely wonderful to see the performance that they are putting on. And right now, it's the guy who's been really sort of the pace setter since the drop of the first flag here. Number 27, Gaston Arazu, out front at a lap of a 1 minute 30.268, a 1:30.268. And that's faster than anybody else has gone here. Mate Caceres and the number 12 also setting a lap quicker than anybody had previously set, other than Arazu right now at a 1:30.4. Then the number 25 of Teddy Musella, who has really found some speed at a 1 minute 30.755. Teddy earlier was at a 32.6. So he's found darn near 2 seconds. Teddy is absolutely flying out there right now. And then the number 8 of Beckham Yassir sits in the 4th spot at a 1:30.9. Then it's the number 44 of Pablo Benitez sitting in the 5th spot right now at a 1:31.1. All right, Beckham Yassir just setting his best lap here to 130.8. And he is only 75 1/1000ths off of Teddy Masala in that third spot. As you would expect here in these identical cars, the gaps are quite close. Biggest gap of the lead group right now is between Mate Casieres, who's only 15 100ths off of Arazu, but 35 100ths clear of Teddy Musala. Then it's 75 1/1000ths, that close back to Beckham Yassir. And then a quarter of a second back to Pablo Benitez. So right now, really, that top five is covered by about 3/4 of a second. Really close stuff. Gaston Arazu down into pit lane. For Scuderia Buell. Looks like his teammate might be down there as well, a 44, Pablo Benitez. So we have 8 minutes left in this qualifying session. Once again, Formula FARA will have their first race at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning to kick off our on-track competitive festivities. And then they have a second race early afternoon. Well, I'll tell you what, you can really see with these downforce Formula cars just how they can carve through some of the tight stuff. They're so agile. Well, Beckham Yassir has just trimmed that 75 1/1000ths margin to Teddy Musala down to 24 1/1000ths. Talk about sneaking up on it. And the guy who really needs to find some pace would be Pablo Benitez. Right now, as I said, about 35 100ths away from fourth, and if he can figure that out, that's a big gain in these near identical cars. You know, over 3/10 of a second is a tough find, but if he could do it and move up a row, that could be huge for him. Really the same story for Teddy Masella. He needs to find 35 100ths or 3.5 tenths to move up onto that front row. Arazu now has come back out, just completed his out lap. See if he's going to push hard to try and find a little bit more pace to lock on. He's 15 100ths clear of Mate Casieres, but 15 100ths is a much easier ask than 3/10. And so I'm sure he'd like to sort of pad that a little bit. It's interesting, Casieres, watching his line through turn one, runs a really wide line down there, and there's good reason for it, because as you transition off of the speedway down into turn one, the closer you get to that apex curbing, that blue and yellow curbing down there, the bumpier it gets, and there's a pretty good bump down to the inside. In a tin top, a GT car of sorts, they can handle that a little bit better with a little bit better suspension travel. But a Formula car that's screwed down onto the deck to start with and then carrying aero through a fast turn like that, that can really bounce you around. And so sometimes, yes, I'll run a little bit wider line, a little bit longer distance, but I'll be able to more than make up what I lost in terms of time with that longer run by carrying more speed. And for Beckham Yassir in that number 8, if he could come up with 25 1,000ths of a second, he'd still be on the second row, but he could be on the inside, which is just possibly where you want to be at the start of this race, inside as opposed to out. Four minutes, more to go. Beckham Yassir has done it, folks. He just turned a 1 minute 30.526. And not only did he make up that 24 1,000ths on Teddy Masala, he's now a 10th clear. Beckham Yassir finding speed late in the going here. And he's a quarter of a second off pole. So Beckham is digging deep here. Dare I say it? Into some of these high-speed corners, you want to bend it like Beckham. All right, got it out of my system. Got it out of my system. Two and a half to go. And we are at 2 to go. 2 to go in this session. I think we've had a number of our cars have decided we're done. We've used up our tire. We've pushed as hard as we can. We're not going to find more speed. No sense risking things. Beckham putting that lap in, and then I think he parked it, that LC Racing Team driver getting it done. Here comes Teddy Masala down into the pits. And into the pits as well comes Pablo Benitez. So right now, all three of our Scuderia Buell teams are in the pits. I'll tell you what, folks, Beckham is not done. He just trimmed that margin to Mate Casieras down to 61 thousandths on that last lap. And he got underneath the checker. If he can find 61 1,000ths of a second, it's one of the reasons I love this sport. The margins you deal with are faster than an eye can blink almost. It's unbelievable. He just turned a 130.47, and Casieras is at a 130.41. He just has to put just a little bit quicker here, there. You know, you think about it, you got 50 turns on this track. If you're 3 1,000ths quicker in each turn, that's enough. Checker flag is out. So this is going to decide it here. Here comes he. Here he comes. Does he do it? Just missed it. Just missed it. A great lap still, but wasn't quite enough. So Irazu and Casieres look like they will hold for the front row for tomorrow's race. Anybody you got underneath that starter stand before that checker comes out, they're on a flyer, it will count. But a lot of the cars, as I said, had decided they were done. Roman Felber, that beautiful dark blue and light blue, number 2, heading down pit lane. Part of the Jensen Autosports team. All right, everybody is heading into pit lane. And with that, it's gonna wrap up our on-track competitive action today. We do have one more high-performance driver education session that's going to be heading out. So as we wind things down here, first we congratulate Gaston Irazu for a pole position for tomorrow's first Formula FARA race as it returns to the FARA Championship ladder. He'll be joined on that front row by Mate Casieres, Beckham Yassir, so quick late in the session, ends up 3rd. Teddy Masala 4th. In the 25-44, Pablo Benitez 5th. The number 7 of Michael Succo in 6th. The number 7th will be the number 2 of Roman Felber. 8th, the number 11 of Cash Felber. 9th, the number 22 of Jake Pollock. 10th, the number 14 of JT Hoskins. And 11th, the 09 of Alex Bobadilla. That will be your starting lineup for tomorrow. And to wrap things up, to remind you about tomorrow's activity, starting at 8, we will have some high-performance driver education stuff. At 9 o'clock will be our first race of the day, the first on-track competitive action of the day for Formula FARA, followed immediately by the Pro Spec Miata race. That's going to be awesome. And that race expands out to 40 minutes for that race. Should be spectacular. Then some high-performance driver education. Then at 11:20, our final Winter Series race. Then we get into the lunch break. Then at 12:45, following a grid walk, we will have race 3 of our FARA GT and prototype sprints. Then 2 more HPDE sessions. Then Formula FARA race 2, and 1 more HPDE session. And then we wrap the day up with a combined race, the 2-hour enduro, the first 30 minutes of which will be the 4th of the FARA 30-minute sprint races. So a big thank you to everybody for coming out today. For those of you tuning in here on the stream, we appreciate it. A huge thank you to Fixie Wheels, one of the great supporters of this series, to Garage Living. We also need to say a big thanks to our official tire, Hankook Tire, for all their support of this championship. Headquarter Mazda, and of course Mazda Motorsports itself, doing a lot to support that Pro Spec Miata category. We couldn't be more excited about that. Along with Mission Foods, who are putting some serious cash up for some of these sessions here. Big thank you to Mission Foods, to Pilsen Kalau, and Sturgio's Printing. Absolutely fantastic. Also, a big shout out once again to all of our volunteers for all of their work out in the corners and elsewhere. To the unsung heroes of the sport, the crews, who do such a great job, put in the long hours here. To all of the FARA officials who have really gone after it, as well as our Winter Series, our Academy Winter Series officials, for their support as well. I got to say a huge thanks to the guys up here, Ryan West and the entire Driver's Eye Live team. Thank you guys for an absolutely great job. And we'll be back with you tomorrow. With that, we're going to wrap things up here from Driver's Eye Live and our stream for FARA's opening round of the 2024 championship season. Day 1 in the book.